There we go. I think this will work, maybe. Hopefully the chat works. I actually have a chat on my screen for once. Oh, hello! There we go. And I accidentally clicked out. Okay. Whoops. Gotta get the chat on top. There we go, we got it on top. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome the Asian guy. Gonna be doing some building for a time-lapse video. Like, this will be a video in, like, shortly, basically. But I need to actually finish and do it and do the rest of the build. So we're gonna be doing this build here. Yeah, I don't know how long this will take. I have to do it really quickly though, so you might see some new techniques, and it's definitely on Java. So that's part of it. Sort of like, I love to do it on Bedrock, but recording's just horrible on Bedrock for doing like long time-lapse videos or just time-lapse videos in general. So definitely not doing it on Bedrock, at least for right now. Maybe one day I'll get it where it'll work for Bedrock, but right now it's too much effort to get a good video on Bedrock. It might be impossible to get a good video, to be honest. It's like really hard. Almost no way of editing it where it looks good. It's just a blur of blocks. Also, if anything's wrong with the stream yet, don't just tell me. Yeah, because I'm not very good at streaming, so I could completely be messing something up and not know at all. I should probably check my I should probably check myself real quick while I'm at it. Oh, there we are. Okay, yeah. So it is. I'm definitely live streaming. That's good. Okay, so there we go. Seems to be working. Okay. Hopefully I don't get too distracted while streaming because I really do need I do need to build like very quick, like way faster than I normally would be building, especially for this. Okay, good. Um, that's good. I hardly ever stream, so as you probably know, so I don't have any settings like set up at all. So it's just the defaults. It could be very easily broken. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do exactly for this build yet. I just sort of started because I'm like so busy I don't have time to actually properly think out the build. Like I did think about it, but it's just takes a lot of effort to get a really good build for a time lapse especially. I finally did figure out one part of it though with the time lapses, why it was so difficult to get a good time lapse. My thumbnails are really bad. I had no idea. No idea until today. And I was like, oh wow, wait, I can actually do time lapses now because I know how to do good thumbnails for them. Because my previous thumbnails, like my builds would end up looking like photorealistic. So some of my time lapses, people couldn't tell that they were Minecraft, so then they wouldn't click on them. And I know that from like Reddit where people would look at a build and not even know. Um, so the theme is whatever I end up building. I really don't exactly know just yet. I think this sort of gives off like a slight Star Wars kind of vibe, so I might do some like Wookiee kind of ideas where there's buildings off on the side of them that sort of look like giant mushrooms. Like buildings that look like giant mushrooms, I think would be really interesting, where the building's like stuck out on the side like a disc. So I'm not entirely sure what I would clarify the theme as, because I mean, it's just some stuff I'm making up in the moment right now, while I'm building and figuring out what will look best, because like, that's the main point of this build here is to look as good as possible with being able to actually record it at the same time. And recording is really a lot more difficult than like most people probably know about. So that's actually a big like factor whenever you're building something for YouTube is being able to record it. It's actually a bit of a problem. Yeah. Okay. I do like this little area here. This area is So nice. I think this could be an awesome like section for a house or a build or something. We're not sure yet. Like there's just so much possibility with this tree. And especially with the mangrove trees that were just recently added to Minecraft. Like this could like I like the timing of doing a giant tree with everything else going on, which is nice. I also just like the trees because for those people who are not aware, if there's anyone else in here as well, I don't know if that Asian guy knows about this or not. I did the tree as a photo scan. So the photo scan, I downloaded a photo scan off of Sketchfab, and I put it into Minecraft using my building tool called Blip, and it let me build this entire tree in basically a few minutes. Of course, it did end up having a glitch, so it did take a little bit longer than I expected as well. It should have only taken like a few seconds, but it did take like a few minutes. But still, a few minutes, and having to fix a glitch is not that bad. Um, so yeah, I didn't have to build the entire tree. I just had to download it, which that's in many ways it makes recording 50 million times easier. In other ways, it makes it 50 million times more difficult because I really don't want to like steal someone else's build. Or not really build. It's a 3D model, so it's not even meant for Minecraft. But still, I don't want to necessarily steal someone else's stuff and like not actually build it myself. Yeah, it's extremely useful to be able to get 3D models from the internet into Minecraft. It definitely saves a lot of time. And even if you don't necessarily download 3D models, you can always 3D model it in Blender, which is way faster. I just want to get it on Android at some point, but that's going to take so long to get it on Android to the hook up Blip into Android because I've not done Android development before, so I gotta figure all of that out and figure out how to get it to actually work for Pocket Edition, which sounds really awful in my opinion, but I don't know, so I'm gonna have to try it. But I don't know when that will be. It really depends on a lot of factors how fast I can get that done. But that would be awesome. Having a tool like that on Pocket Edition so anyone can use it. I don't know about any other version. I want to try to get it on other versions. It's just other versions are not nearly as easy as Android and Windows 10. Like Windows 10 is so much easier, which I already have it on Windows 10. I just don't have it on the other version, Pocket Edition. And then I have it on Java as well. So I have like it's going pretty good to say the least. But it's just yeah, programming stuff like this is time consuming and stressful. Oh, thank you, Gorilla. Yeah, I need to do more rendering tutorials. Do you know about my Gaffer Tape YouTube channel? Like, I started an entire YouTube channel just for rendering tutorials because I like doing rendering tutorials. They're a lot of fun. And I know that like my audience for Minecraft probably doesn't want too many rendering tutorials on their in their feed. So I figured I might as well separate that out to a separate channel. Um, I won't be able to post as often, but I'll probably post more often than I would have if I had it on this channel because I get so nervous about like ruining my YouTube analytics and like YouTube thinking my YouTube channel is about rendering and then sharing it with people who don't care about Minecraft and then that being a bit of an issue. Uh, YouTube's a pain. It doesn't understand like different YouTube channels having like multiple different genres inside of them together. So YouTube does get a little bit confused when I post like rendering videos and Minecraft videos together, or really any sort of technical Minecraft video. I don't think it understands completely, which is sort of sad. Also doesn't help I don't know how to do good clickbait, but that's fine. I don't like clickbait anyway. But yeah, the Gaffer Tape channel I actually really like. My first video got like over 100 views on Gaffer Tape, which was pretty awesome. Like I wasn't expecting Wasn't really expecting that, but the Blender community and people who do renders typically have a higher attention span than Minecraft people, and they actually watch videos just for the educational value. So it makes it so much easier for me to make videos because I like doing educational videos. So Blender, I should probably invest in more Blender videos on that channel. It doesn't help that one of the videos I've been trying to do for gaffer tape, I've been planning for over a year. So yeah, like legitimately, not even joking about it taking over a year. Like I've been working on a gaffer tape video for longer than the YouTube channel has existed. It's like one of the big reasons I started it, but it's very difficult to make that video. That video was really hard to like make in a way where I'm not, you know, messing it up. Um, oh, okay, yeah, it's in the community tab at the moment. That's a good idea though, because I keep forgetting that that's like a thing. The Yeah, I'll post a link in the chat if I can figure out how to open the chat. There we go. So that's the link to the first video for that YouTube channel. There we go. And see if I can figure out how to put that on there. My latest video is nighttime renders because I know a lot of people were having trouble with nighttime renders. Someone suggested it to me. You're welcome. Um, yeah, let's see if I can add that to the thing. Okay, and let's see here. I have no idea how to how to add it to the channels page anymore. Okay, there we go. I'll see if I can get it on there at least quickly. If I can't do it quickly, then I'll just have to do it later, of course. It should just be like just a section for that. You'd think in the channel like settings, but I really don't see it at the moment. You'd think it'd be pretty obvious. Apparently, I'm not going to be able to find it very quickly. I swear there's a button for like editing your main page. Do not remember how to do that at the moment. Okay, give it a couple more lookovers. Is it there? Okay, there it is. I did find it. I did find it. Yeah, I just found it, so I'll add it now that I found it. Or at least I found the section where it should be in. But you know what? Never mind. That's the wrong section. I'll have to add it later. I'll have to look up a tutorial on it or something. There really should be an easier way of doing that. But anyway, okay. And move this back. And there we go. And I think this is looking decent so far, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, the rendering tutorials, I was wanting to do some for Minecraft again, but YouTube is like very finicky about like what viewers like and don't like for some reason. And then they're also one of the hardest videos to do. The first time I did a Blender tutorial for on this channel, it took me like a week to do, and I did over 7 attempts, and each attempt was like over an hour for my first Blender tutorial. it was pretty awful. Like it took forever to do a tutorial. I should actually have someone joining in soon as well. But anyway, so yeah, Blender is a lot of fun, but also like really difficult to do videos for, especially because I liked giving out correct information. Like I don't want to say something incorrect, so I really like double, triple, quadruple check everything that I say. And that's one reason why like rendering videos are some of my most difficult videos that I do is because of that, especially when I try explaining technical details because like I've studied out rendering engines and I understand how they work. I just don't know if I understand them well enough to explain it to someone else just yet. And that's part of one of the videos I've been trying to do for a year is actually to explain rendering engines so people can choose a rendering engine easier. Because if you've ever done research on rendering engines, they're extremely, like, how do I put it? Not extremely, but there's a lot of rendering engines. So trying to choose them is extremely difficult because you could decide on so many different ones. Like it's not just Blender Cycles. There's like 20 or 30 other rendering engines to choose from. And recently there's been more that have been released. Like for example, Moonray and Aurora. Aurora Autodesk and Moonray DreamWorks. So there's just more and more options pretty much every single day. Um, yeah, I think they do prefer live streams, I think, and then or I don't know exactly. The YouTube algorithm I'm extremely confused about at the moment because it did some videos that I expected to do really well, and then they didn't do well at all. Part of that was the branding of the video, of course. Like I didn't brand it very well, didn't do the thumbnail like in a great way. But one of them was World Edit for Pocket Edition. So I found a way of getting World Edit for the Pocket Edition of Minecraft, uh, which was pretty awesome. And it was like a legitimate World Edit. It's the same exact World Edit on that is on Java. In fact, it's the same World Edit I'm using in this like live stream right now in this world. Like it's the exact same World Edit because it's Java and Bedrock crossplay. So as long as you can set up a server and you can join it, then you'd be able to do crossplay between Java and Bedrock and play with World Edit on either your on your phone or on Java or on Xbox or whatever. So pretty much everyone could play together, but not just play together. They also get to use all the tools that Java gets to use, which I thought was really awesome. And I expected to that video to go really well because, of course, I mean, it's literally World Edit for Pocket Edition, and it's not even fake World Edit. It's not something I made up. It's not some sort of tool that I made. Like I'm making tools for that kind of stuff, but it wasn't even a tool I made. It was literally World Edit, the exact same as Java, like the same thing that all the YouTubers use. In fact, better than what some of the YouTubers use. Like I know for a fact, like Jarecraft, for example, I'm pretty sure he uses the default World Edit. He doesn't even use the FAW World Edit, which is way faster. At least it's my guess. I don't think he does, unless he hosts his own server. If he hosts his own server, he could be using FAW, but if he's doing it on a single player world, and which I guess he's doing because you don't want to have issues with the internet while you're recording, um, so it's actually even better than like some YouTubers use for their videos. So like it was a pretty awesome video. It was relatively short, going over a topic that's extremely like not just extremely clickbaity, but I literally delivered on it. Like it wasn't even clickbait. It was literally saying the truth. I don't know. It was a video I expected to do really well because of that because I expect like everyone's always wanted World Edit like a 4 Pocket Edition and for Xbox for years, and I know for a fact it works on Xbox, and I know for a fact it works on Pocket Edition, and I was surprised how bad it did. Like it only did got like a few hundred views so far. I mean, it is growing, but I was expecting it to do way better because it's it's literally World Edit, right? Like anyway, I was very surprised. So like some things that you'd expect to do well just don't do well at all, and other things that you don't think should do well do really well, which is super strange. Like command block tutorials. Command block tutorials do really well. It doesn't even matter what it's about almost. Like as long as it's a relatively interesting subject, like they do really well. So yeah, the algorithm is so strange. It's just very, very, very strange. So hopefully I could like this video does well because I do need the videos to do well. Like I do need them to do well. So hopefully I can figure it out. But it's interesting. Um, uh, I can use the slash dust ripple for changing individual blocks. Um, yeah, I typically haven't. I don't use too many things that like do things one block at a time because I don't necessarily need to. Most of the time, I have like a 3D idea of what it looks like in my head, so I can just get the result that I want without having to look, for example. So I don't need to be far away while I'm doing individual blocks, if that makes sense. So I haven't used that at all. I didn't even know it existed, or haven't even had the desire to look it up. That is extremely useful now that I think about it. Okay, well, here I'll try it right now and see what it's exactly what you're talking about. Um, Oops, that's spruce. Let's try a log. Yeah, so you can do it from farther away, which would be pretty useful. Hello, Firehead. Welcome to the stream. Let me fly out so you can see what's going on. So we're building a town slash tree, and we're doing it as a time-lapse video, of course. Hopefully I'll be able to like edit it where it's all nice and fancy in a minute. And the wrong button. We'll be able to get it looking good for the YouTube video for later. All rendered up as well. Yeah. But right now, I'm just trying to do some touch-ups, which I really should not be doing touch-ups. Like this is supposed to be like a very quick video. I'm not very good at doing things slowly, I guess. I mean, doing things quickly. I end up just doing way too much work, which is what I'm doing right now, but I don't really care because this is fun. And yes, I do consider terraforming to be fun, so I'm one of those weird people who likes terraforming. Go. Um, hmm. I do need to change this. This section is sort of bad here. We'll go and to change all this up to some coarse dirt. Yeah, there we go. Probably need a disc. Oh, hello, Snippet. Nice to see you in the chat again. And I just messed up. And yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's replace command. I got confused because when I think of REPL, I think of read eval print loop instead of replace. I could see why someone would want to use it, but I double as a Bedrock builder as well, so I do Bedrock. I build on Bedrock and on Java, and on Bedrock that command doesn't exist, so it'd be so for me if I got used to it on Java, that'd be really weird to switch back to Bedrock every once in a while when most of the time when I do build on Bedrock because I do build on Bedrock most of the time because of like marketplace stuff. So it would be a little bit strange to use it. I think if people grew up with it and they only played Java, it'd actually be helpful because it wastes time to like when you're building, you're almost always at speed 1, and whenever you go back, you have to set speed 10 and move backwards. Yeah, like you have to go back and forth when you're on Java between far away and close up. So I definitely see why it would be useful to be able to do it from far away all the time. Like I've thought that for a while, but yeah, it would be but considering Java, it'd be good. But considering Bedrock, sorry, one second, thinking hard for some reason. Um, Anyway, yeah, considering Java and Bedrock, and I play on both, it probably wouldn't be worth it for me. I think probably most other people who play on Java probably should use it though. Like if there's Java builders complaining about it that don't play Bedrock, I don't know why they wouldn't use it at the moment. Like besides just not being used to it. Oh yeah, we're talking about the replace command, not repl command. It lets you replace a block from like far away. So like when you're building, you can place a single block from like back here and like do your touch ups from far away. So you don't have to go in and go out over and over again. So it should, in theory, like save quite a bit of time. That's what we're talking about. If you guys didn't know, since we just kept going, or at least I kept going. So that's what I was mentioning. And oh yeah, I might as well mention it right now. Snippet already knows. That's why just got reminded about it. Um, I am trying to get some people the beta program for the program that I'm making for converting 3D models to Minecraft. That's how I did the tree, by the way, for anyone who is not aware. This is downloaded off the internet. So I downloaded this 3D model off the internet, I put it into Blender, and I converted it to Minecraft, and then I put it into here. Hello, Zebra Zoo. Why did I say zebra? I normally... Okay, anyway. Zebra Zoo. I just had to have like a British accent or something for like 2 minutes. But anyway. So, um, anyway, yeah, with the beta program, if you guys want to try that out, or if you don't know what I'm talking about, I recently posted some videos on the topic of the conversion tool. So if anyone wants to check it out, you'll have to find my Discord channel from one of the other videos because I don't have it out right now on like the invite link. So you can go check out there and see what I'm talking about and apply for like the beta program. Currently, I have to like go through each individual person. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if I need to explain more, like if you don't know what I mean by 3D model conversion, just tell me. But it basically just means that I can build way, way, way faster. So I did all of this today, for example, in like an hour, if that gives you an idea. And I'm trying to do a beta program, but I have to go like through each person individually and like show them how to do it and see if there's any bugs or glitches. Because if there's a bug or glitch, I need to fix it like immediately. So hope that makes sense. Um, yeah. Anyway, so Gorilla, yeah. There's the you you know someone who uses the power tools to change speed from 1 to 10. Yeah, I would actually do that. I've thought about doing that, but I ran into like something else that was even better, and it got me hooked on it. And then now, ever since, all I've wanted is that same feature everywhere. So on Bedrock, I made a tool to replicate it, but literally, it's a hacked client. So in a hack client, there's a feature called a jetpack. And the jetpack, like, legitimately is like the best flying tool that I know of because you can fly so much faster, but it's set to a keybind. So you press a single button and you just go flying super fast in the direction you're looking, and you don't fly through walls, but you can also turn on being able to fly through walls. So if you're on this side of the build and you want to get to the other side, you can literally just switch around. So it's like extremely useful. Um, so a Zebra Zoo, I'm on Java right now, but I normally play on Bedrock most of the time. But yeah, the so right now I'm on Java using World Edit because to do time lapse videos for Bedrock is like very difficult, and this is for a time lapse video. So trying to do recording on Bedrock for time lapse videos is way too difficult to do at the moment. Like it's not worth it. So I pretty much have to build on Java. And then Gorilla, yeah, it's not really macro. It's really sort of like a cheat that makes you fly straight forward where you're looking. And on Bedrock, I have a tool that's almost identical to it, where I have it where if I hold an item, so like I have an item like this, like a sword or something, and when I hover over it, it will make me teleport straight forward, like 100 blocks or whatever. so I could like fly through a tree. So if I'm on one side of the build and I need to get to the other side of the build, I don't have to fly around. I can just go straight through it, which is surprisingly like really good. And it's sort of awkward because I would be I I used to play on like random people's worlds, and I would just be flying around using a hack client like the entire time. And it's like so awkward because when people ask like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm just using a hack client to build. It's so much faster to build this way. And the extended build reach was amazing. Like legitimately building with a hack client was really overpowered on Bedrock. Because you could also extend your reach. So you could like build from this far out, like what you're talking about with the replace. I had that on Bedrock basically, but it was only like this far out, which is sort of funny. Yeah, like legit, like legitimately, I tried. It was really great. Um, I don't remember what hack client it was anymore, and I think it's gone anyway. Like they stopped developing it, and it doesn't work anymore. So that's one reason why I stopped is because the hack client stuff was just super annoying to keep up with, and it's just sort of sketchy at the same time. But I think it was I don't remember what it was called. Horizon or something like that. Not Horizon. It was something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but yeah, it was I was very surprised just how good it was for building. I saw like a video about it at some point that there's a hack client for Bedrock, and I saw some of the features. I was like, I want to try that out for building, and it was great. Like with the extended build reach, if you use an auto clicker, you could build in a straight line. So you could get like this far out, right? And you could start building. And it would build in a straight line directly where you're looking, sort of like what I'm doing now. But like obviously you could do it from like starting out this far. And it would build like a perfectly straight line for you. So if you're doing terraforming and all you want to do is fill in landscapes, which is what people typically, wanted me to do because I do a lot of landscaping, it made building terrain like a lot faster. And if you got used to it, you could actually build relatively good while doing the auto clicker. So it was like spam terraforming, but it actually really helped for shaping. I was thoroughly impressed. It was just how good it was for building for Bedrock. But it was one of those things that it just didn't work out for forever because of how hack clients work and how hard it is to download because my antivirus constantly tried removing it. And for those of you who don't know why, it's because hack clients for Bedrock use what's called DLL injection. A DLL file is something that's loaded in by your computer. So Minecraft was loading in this file and executing code from it. It was running it. And the problem with that is that's almost always a bad idea. If something's trying to load in a DLL, that's not allowed to. So normally that is saying that's correct, that it is for hacking because that's almost always what it's for. So it was actually correct that it was like it normally would be a virus, but in this case it wasn't because I was the one doing the DLL injection. So it's sort of interesting having antivirus tell you that it's a hack when I mean, yeah, it sort of is. That's sort of the point. Like I want my mods for Bedrock, basically. But that was sort of that was very annoying. I just had to stop. It was too much effort to keep up with it, but I sort of miss it. It was great for building. Really, really good for building. Trying to think if there's anything else besides like teleportation as well. Like, of course, the teleportation was sort of useful. I don't think there's too many other features. It's mainly like the extended reach, spam clicking, and was the other one I mentioned, being able to fly really quickly and fly through walls. That was really good. And I don't think there was anything else. Like that was pretty much all I used. Everything else was basically not really useless, but just wasn't something I used as often. What was the other one? There's one more. Oh, okay, yeah. Custom enchantments. So whenever you're building a custom world, like you're doing a PvP world, sometimes you want to give people enchantments that are above what you normally would get. So having something with like 32,000 knockback is actually like, really fun to play around with for like some worlds. So having custom enchantments was another one that was like super useful. So that was really good. The other thing I used it for, of course, was Like I do a lot of like cheats using command blocks. So a lot of the stuff that I could get from that I could get from the cheats, I would just do using commands. But the problem is I was on random people's worlds, so I didn't have command block privileges. So if I want to be able to fly around quickly and be able to build fast, and like I was already sort of busy, like I was busy, but I just wanted to have some fun on a random person's world, I would just use the cheats so I didn't have to wait for them to give me admin privileges, which is like I didn't give myself admin privileges, by the way. I did not do that. But for example, like the fast flying, like if I had command blocks, I wouldn't need to fast fly because I already had a command for doing that. But that was that was really interesting. I actually have a video on the topic on my YouTube channel, actually. Anyway, I need to do some houses very soon because this is going to take forever to build. Yeah, I'm on Builder's Refuge member server. Yeah, which is super super nice. Makes it so much easier to record. The only problem is if the internet ever goes out or if the server ever goes down, then it pretty much it stops my recording, and I have to edit two videos then, basically. So I really wish I had access to Arcaniax's like add-ons, but I don't have access to it. I'd have to like subscribe to his Patreon, and I don't really have the money to do that, so we'll have to see how that goes. I'll have to see if I ever get enough money to subscribe to his Patreon and actually get the tools for like a local host server, so the internet won't be a problem. On a completely not related subject, actually, um, on YouTube, I recently got my well, I haven't received it yet because I haven't actually done the paperwork for it, basically. But I've earned $105 on YouTube so far. And what I was thinking about doing with the money, I'm not sure yet, but what I was thinking about doing with the money was doing a. Okay, I've been seeing a lot of videos that are like this, and I thought this was a super fun idea. But hire someone to teach you how to build, right? I thought it would be really entertaining and a lot of fun, where I hire someone to teach me how to build in Minecraft as the YouTube video, like pro Minecraft builder um, has Fiverr builder teach them how to build, or the typical title. If you guys have seen those videos or not, it looks like a ton of fun, but it also looks like something that could be like super cringy. I don't know. It looks like fun, and I have the money to actually do it because it's literally only like $10 on Fiverr, and I got $100 from YouTube currently. So I thought it'd be a cool video idea, but it's also sort of cringy at the same time. What do you guys think? I thought it would be fun. Not sure though. Oh yeah, I gotta build a little bit quicker. It's already 6:50. Oh yeah, it is harder than before. It is definitely harder than before. I got it back when it was super easy to get member. But trust me, it's not as hard as what it could be. Uh, if you ever check out if you ever check out Darwin Reforged, they have the strictest requirements that I know about. There's only one other server that I know of that might have a like stricter requirements for getting like a member or expert, for example. And one of them is no longer played anymore, and the other one is Darwin. So I'm just going to stick with Darwin on that. But yeah, the only server I know of that is still active is Darwin, that is extremely strict on requirements for building. If you actually check it out, I think it's a great way of learning. Because on Darwin Reforged, if you can download mods, like if you know how, it uses the mod pack Conquest Reforged. And Conquest Reforged is just adds like 10,000 new blocks. So you pretty much have like decision paralysis all the time, but it allows you to build insane looking builds. And you can get to yeah, it's ridiculous. But my favorite part is the Darwin Reforged team because they make it so difficult. You really have to know what you're doing to get member or to get expert, especially expert, and it takes a ton of time. So, like after getting expert on Darwin Reforged, or even just member, after getting member on Darwin Reforged, you should be able to get member on Builder's Refuge. But on Darwin Reforged, they actually give you tips and tricks on how to get better, which is one of the good parts about it. Like you're not just wondering like, what could I have done better? They actually tell you how you could have done better and give you tips and tricks and different things on how you can improve, which I find to be extremely helpful for beginners or people who are learning or even experts, like people who just need someone to tell them when they're wrong as well. So it's definitely one of my favorite building servers for beginners, even though it's definitely not for beginners. Like to if you're willing to have to work really hard on getting member, it's worth it. But if you're not willing to work really hard on it, then it probably wouldn't be worth it. It'd be more effort than would it be worth. Yeah, like on the server when you apply for member, they rate your build, but they don't just rate it, right? They don't just say you're bad. No, they literally go through and they give recommendations on how you can get better, right? That is like the best part about it. So if you miss something, if you make a mistake, they'll probably mention it and you can get an idea about how you can improve. And they're some of the best builders in the world, as you can imagine, because it's literally a building mod. Like uh, Conquest Reforged is a building mod for builders, and then you have a this server that is only known by people who build. So then you have a building mod, and you have a building server that uses this building mod. You can sort of imagine how it like collects extremely good builders on that server. So the judges are typically very good. If you get unlucky, you might find like a sort of a grouchy judge because I have some of them have some weird recommendations, but for the most part, they're almost always right in some way, especially when it comes to realism. So it's really interesting. Um, that's one of the things I know about it that I really like. Though, like I said, it's how do I put it. I'll both praise their team and I'll also give them a hard time because they do have some of the weirdest recommendations for how to build better. Like some of the stuff is just super strange, but they have a certain niche in building, right? They build realism and they build castles and they build even if it's sci-fi, but they base a lot of what they do on realism. So some of their recommendations are like no one would ever build a house at the bottom of that hill because if you built that house on the bottom of that hill, it would get flooded every single year. So obviously that'd be a horrible place for a shed because no one would ever put a shed at the bottom of a hill for it to get flooded. Um, so that's a recommendation I have seen um, on on that server. They're not wrong, but it's also such a weird recommendation that I really like. They're not wrong, but still, it's a really weird recommendation. I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know what to say about it. They're not, like I said, they're not wrong, but it's also just weird. That was fun though. Yeah, so if you do give it a try, expect the criticism, but also just take it pretty much. It's just part of the how the server is going. Ew. Da, 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 da. I really need some background music at some point. Yeah, I gotta do some buildings. Hello, Nico. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. What's going on, everybody? I have no idea how many people are watching. One second, let me double check. Oh, wow, there's 7 people. Some of you guys are not very talkative. I'm just saying, if there's 7 people in here. Well, hello, all 7 of you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. You don't have to talk. Hope you learn something at least in the process of watching me do whatever I'm doing. I guess Minecraft building is what we'll call it. Um, Some people would not define it as that if you saw what I did earlier, which I wasn't streaming earlier, so that's part of the reason. If I would have streamed it, it would have been I would have had to take like several hours to explain what I had done. So, actually, that's a really good question, Kverse. I've actually been trying to do a video on that subject, and also thank you, Lact, for the compliment. Yeah, I did the terrain using World Creator. But anyway, so Kverse, I've been trying to do a video on that topic, but it's extremely difficult to really explain. But I'll explain it right now because I need to get it in my head anyway. Like I need to rehearse it in my head anyway. And if I could like swap to display capture, there we go. Okay, so to get into pro building, like obviously it's a lot of building. Second, it's getting to know people as well. And the getting to know people part is actually, in my opinion, the most important and one of the most difficult things to do because you need to know people for them to actually want to hire you. So that part is what's so difficult. Like to actually find someone who wants to hire you for building because it's just very difficult um, to find the right people. And I'll answer what you said, Alact, in a second. Um, So what I would recommend if you're trying to get into pro building, there is number one, of course, like Discord and stuff. There's also one second, and my screen is taken up by the chat. There we go. So there's Discord, there's Planet Minecraft, and I would say that Discord's okay, but people for some reason just don't talk very well on Discord. They don't talk a whole lot. So if you want to get into pro building, there's Planet Minecraft, for example. When you post stuff on Planet Minecraft, people see it, and there's a lot of professional builders on Planet Minecraft. And when they see your stuff, if they think that they might want to hire you, then they might give you a message. It just might happen. Like that's part of it, right? That's one way. Now, these ways are sort of casual, right? Just participating in the Minecraft community is a very good way of just finding a job. And it's a lot more casual. You actually know the people as well, rather than just getting hired by someone, just anyone. It's almost always better to get hired by someone that you actually know and at least sort of trust. So Reddit, Twitter, and Planet Minecraft basically participating in social media so people can actually see your stuff is a really good, effective way of finding people that might hire you. Now, next is like on Twitter or on Discord, different places. If you go to different build teams, for example, let me go to a build team right here. If we scroll down, might take a second. If we scroll down, you'll see that this build team was hiring, and on their Twitter, they posted about it. So that's a yeah, or here we're hiring developers, for example. So if you follow a bunch of build teams on Twitter, or if you go to their Discord server or their Planet Minecraft, like follow build teams on Twitter, if they're ever searching for anyone to hire, they're going to put their stuff here on Twitter, on Discord, everywhere. So, oh, hello, Banjo. Yeah, I decided to live stream after I messaged you earlier. So I'm answering K versus question. So with getting hired, this is a great way of just following them on Twitter and Discord and playing Minecraft. The best way, though, in my opinion, the best, absolute best way is Bucket of Crabs. So Bucket of Crabs is ran by multiple, I think multiple build teams, or at least a single build team. And it's a place where you can find a job and find people to hire as well. So when you go to find a job, you can click on game art, for example, or builder. So when you click on a builder, we can go through here and hire. You can people are looking for people to hire, and these are almost always paid. Not always, but most of these are paid, and quite a bit of them are marketplace. And marketplace is probably the best way to get paid because like most of the build teams don't get paid very well except for marketplace build teams. So like marketplace build teams is one of the best ways to get paid. And there's also YouTubers on here, like iStream is on here. So iStream is on here. I can't search for a specific team though for some reason, but I did see him the other day looking for developers, I think, or maybe it was builders. I don't remember exactly, but there's YouTubers on here. Yep, here we go. There's log.zip. His build team is on this website. So this is literally the best way if you want to get into professional building is this website. The second, which I would say that these two are tied because if you actually participate in the community and you meet someone who's the owner of a build team and you become decent friends with them or just talk to them every once in a while, that's a little bit better because you actually know them. You know what they're like. You don't want to get hired by just anyone, if that makes sense. So hopefully that helps everyone who has that question. Um, here you go. So Gorilla said, "I see. You see, I fully agree with you when people not talking in Discord servers. It's really annoying, and there is a lack of professional building information on there. Yeah, Discord servers are definitely lack a lot of information for that kind of stuff. I don't really know why that they lack like so much information. Like build teams should be using it a lot more, and I don't know why people don't talk on it either. Because Discord, is such a great place for everyone to talk and communicate together. I don't really understand why it's so underutilized. Um, uh, okay, yeah, Papers, do you play on PC or do you play on Xbox? Because you said you're on Bedrock. Do you have a PC? So I'm yeah, waiting for the response. I'm guessing you're on Pocket Edition or Xbox. Okay, so you're just on. Okay, so you're on Xbox. Okay, so that's part of it. Yeah. Something that I think would really help, and this is really cheap to do, is to buy a keyboard. Because if you buy a keyboard and you learn some basic commands like command blocks can help you build a lot faster. If you have trouble with command blocks, then I don't know what else to say. Keyboard and mouse is a little bit faster, but it won't help you drastically that much compared to Xbox. And yeah, there's not a lot of Xbox teams, which is a little bit unfortunate. There's literally like if you're good enough, then there are some people like um I know Orville has tried hiring some Xbox builders before, but they were going to buy them a PC, right? So these guys were some of the best builders on Xbox, for example, though. So yeah, yeah. One idea is to find to one idea is to build a map on Xbox and send the map through yeah build a map on Xbox and publish the map through another team so you can get some money and then you'd be able to buy a computer if it's decently successful. But that's if you know any build teams. I don't know if you know any build teams though. That's what I would do, but like that's if you're in my position where I know quite a few people who have build teams. So um I actually don't know of pretty much any builders that do building lessons. Is that actually like a thing? Like I know some people do. Like I was talking about it earlier with the Fiverr thing, where I wanted to do a video about hiring someone from Fiverr. Um, okay, so you know two. Okay, Chris, that's pretty decent then. Yeah, you might be able to, if any of them actually would hire, if any of them would publish a map that you make, then you could do, you could get some marketplace experience from making a map that way. Um, but that's a lot of work doing a solo map. But even if it's just a survival spawn, if it literally flops, you're gonna at least get like $100, which is better than nothing. Plus, you get experience and a portfolio piece. So you get paid for your practice, which is really nice. NDA stands for non-disclosure agreement. That is part of one reason why builders don't talk, because a lot of builders have to sign an NDA, both, for example, with Microsoft slash Mojang and with the build team that they work for. There's multiple reasons for that. Some build teams have proprietary tools and resources. So, for example, some build teams have access to tools that not everyone has access to. So you're not supposed to tell other people about it, basically. Um, yeah. So like, it's mostly useless. It's just for the off occasion when it's useful. It's not actually that important for build teams to have non-disclosure agreements. It's just when it is important, it's extremely important. And when it's not important, it's basically not important at all. So it's really it can be a bit of a problem. But most builders I see don't actually care about the NDA. I mean, I know that there's some builders that work for build teams that have a proprietary, not proprietary, but they're not supposed to work for any other build team. And I know of some builders that are in multiple build teams that are not supposed to be in multiple build teams. And I think a lot of people just don't care. So I don't necessarily think that that is the complete reason. I really don't know why a lot of builders don't talk. It's very common for some reason for builders not to talk very often. I mean, I barely talk to anyone, for example. Um, but there's not really any place to talk. Like, where do you find people to talk to? I mean, there's Discord, of course. Oh, you get into organics. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. If when you get a PC, then that should help out with organics quite a bit. Yo. And okay. I personally really like organics, but every time I do an organic or anytime I build anything, I uh I always try to build it in a very difficult way. Like I almost always choose the most difficult option for organics. So like the last time I built or an organic, I did it like the most difficult way possible, which I can't really show on screen right now, even though I'm in the server where I built it. But for example, I did a diagonal organic where the entire thing was like falling, for example. So I had two organics that were entangled together while they were falling through the air. That was like extremely difficult because the entire thing was on multiple different diagonals. But I probably shouldn't do that. I should probably actually build a good looking organic next time. Because so far I haven't built like a good looking organic. I've just built like really difficult organics, which is probably not like a good option if you want people to hire you for organics. Yeah, that you probably did talk to me on Xbox a while back, Kverse, because I used to do a lot of looking for group posts, and probably like a few hundred people that are subscribed to my YouTube channel just came from looking for group posts. So you most almost guaranteed knew me from a looking for group post. Um, yeah, yeah. Organics. The organics that I'm mentioning are on multiple diagonals. So those are difficult. Most organics that you do, if you do them symmetrically, are not very difficult, which is what most people do when they do organics because that's pretty much the easiest way, or they do it relatively small, so there's less surface area for mistakes. Not necessarily relatively small, but the one I did in a short amount of time while doing multiple diagonals, so it'd be like a 3D kind of effect. A good example is like a rotated cube. If you build a rotated cube, it's not very difficult when you start out, but the more rotations that you add, the more different kinds of rotations, the more difficult it gets. But like fully rotated, like 3D cubes, is extremely rare. So it's something I don't think most people run into an issue with. It's something I have, but that's just because yeah, I plan out my builds really horribly. Yeah, the head is also one of the worst parts as well. I typically just make it look bad. Because most of the time, like an organic isn't big enough to have like a good looking face, but it's also not small enough where you can just not have a face. Like most of the time, it's right in between being big enough to have a face and too small to not have a face. So it ends up just being sort of awkward. But also, yeah, Gorilla, what you said earlier, I do agree that most organics is really not that difficult once you know the techniques. Um, I would say it only gets difficult once you're, like I said, doing multiple diagonals rotated, mul multiple rotations. So it ends up being what I call 3D because you can graph like some builds 2D, if that makes sense. Like a lot of organics can be depicted as 2D like this, right? Like this only goes up on that way. But once you do something like this, then now it's on two diagonals. Then what's worse is when you have something on multiple diagonals is when it gets a lot more difficult. So I did this wrong. Yeah, it's really difficult to do multiple three diagonals. Two diagonals isn't bad. Three diagonals is when it starts getting a little bit ridiculous. If you've never tried it, I would recommend giving it a try. It's a lot of fun, but it's also like really difficult. And I can't really show it on screen right now because if I like switch different parts of the world, if I try it, it would show up in the time lapse. So I can't actually do anything but build. So that's a little bit annoying at the moment. And I need to do some buildings. I need to stop building the. I need to stop doing the tree. This was for. Yeah, that's what this glass thing was for earlier. Was for building a structure, but I didn't have the chance to do that just yet. Um. Okay. I think I'm gonna do exactly. I like the idea of like a mushroom build. So, um, so the idea that I was thinking is have something like oak wood and not throw it out of my inventory multiple times. And we have the tree, which I don't think I'm gonna model the tree again. So okay. So this would be like against the tree, which would be like right here. And we could have a curve, this, and do like a mushroom looking thing. Go. Okay. I would only have to build like a part of the structure too, which is sort of nice. I wouldn't have to build the entire thing. Yeah, there's pretty much only actually I don't even remember the name of it. There is one building server for Bedrock that I know of that's actually and it also has world edit as well, which is really nice because I think it might be a Java crossplay server. I don't remember though what the name of it was. If you don't know what server I'm talking about, then I might have to post it in the chat because it's extremely useful. It is a pretty good server. I thought the community was a little bit strange, but I don't mind it that much. The main guy didn't seem too bad. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know him that well. Here we go. This is meant to be a wireframe, and for some reason I'm wanting to detail it. It's a horrible idea. Uh, but Oh, okay, okay. Let me see if I can find the server favors if you don't know which server it is. I have it in my disc. I have them added on Discord. It is Shapeworks. Shapeworks is the server. So let me get the so okay, yeah, I'll just post it in the chat. I wasn't sure if I wanted to post it in the chat, but it's sort of whatever. Now that I think about it, here. Here's the server. Here's the Discord server favors for Shapeworks. They have a Bedrock server for building, and they do have a world edit, which is quite nice, as you can imagine. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's I haven't built on it too much because it was I get just as much utility for my own worlds using command blocks. I get most of the functionality of world edit that I personally need for Bedrock. And especially with the tool that I recently made called Blip, I definitely have enough functionality for the majority of what I do on Bedrock. So I definitely don't need World Edit on Bedrock. Um, and if I do need to add Java, of course. I always forget what blocks I have available to me, depending on what version I'm on. Building a grand piano. Sounds pretty interesting. Um, I've seen a couple grand pianos before, actually. Well, actually, I've seen one grand piano on Minecraft. That was a Kevosaurus. He did a. Was that a grand piano? I don't actually even remember if that was a grand piano. Now that I think about it. You have to post it in my Discord chat when you're done. If you now I'm gonna have to post my Discord in the description. If I can find the link, I'll post it in the description. Not the description, the link. Oh yeah, that's fine. Have as much of a conversation as you want. Um, but with the I'll post the link as well if I can. I'm horrible at using Discord, so I probably won't be able to find it very quickly. This should be fine. There. So this is my Discord server if anyone wants to join it. Hashtag shameless plug. Yep, I have a Discord server. I have it for multiple things. It's sort of awkward because I use it for both my build team, I use it for Blip, and I use it for this YouTube channel. But at the same time, like they're all completely separate, but all very much connected. So it's difficult to necessarily say like I should separate them because they're very similar and different at the same time. Actually, that does sort of make sense. If you both build and you actually both build quite a bit, then that makes a lot of sense because people, for some reason, like, especially people who want to do like really proper building, like not necessarily building casually, but they want to get better at building, like really get better at it. For some reason, they typically follow the exact same people. Yeah, exactly. So that's one reason why, like, on um, a lot of people end up knowing who I am is just because, like, in the building community, is just from that, like, just people following the same people because they're all interested in the same things. Okay, there you go. I think this would look pretty cool on the side of the thing over there because it's like a giant house mushroom building thing. Wait, is my video actually the go-to? I thought it would be when I made it because no one had done a video on it whenever I had first made it. Like I couldn't find a video on it. So I'm not necessarily surprised, but at the same time I'm surprised if that makes sense, if that is the case. Now I'm starting a whole channel for doing the rendering. Probably need to post that somewhere. Yeah, it does tend to be a little overwhelming. That's something I'm currently worried about because my tool that I'm making uses Blender as like its interface, so it does make it a little awkward for beginners probably. Though I don't know yet because I haven't given it to any. I've only given it to one person so far. But anyway, this build is stressful. uh, if anyone doesn't know, every single time that you leave a world when you have replay mod on, and I'm using replay mod to record, every single time that I leave the world, it separates it into a new clip. So every single time I leave, it's a new clip, which is extremely stressful because I want the fewest amount of clips possible, because editing the clips separately is really annoying. So you pretty much have to build it in a single day. So if I don't get done today, I have to deal with a second clip, which I don't mind that much for just a single clip, but it can get very overwhelming if you do a multi-day project, and it pretty much ruins some of my videos. If they take too long, I just literally can't edit at all. It would just look horrible. So I've done a couple projects where I for one, you couldn't see the entire build, and a couple, one or two times, it just took so long I had to quit because after like 3 days, I was just like, yeah, I'm not even close to being done. I had to stop, which is like really disappointing when you work on something for multiple days for a YouTube video. I need to do another Minecraft-based rendering video. Now that you guys mentioned that, because I haven't done it in a while, and there's definitely like quite a few new versions that have been out. But the interface is close enough to the same. I didn't see it as being very necessary, but I probably still need to do that. Okay, something's wrong here. Okay, that's better. This is literally just a test. I should not be worried about symmetry yet. Yeah, Megri actually messaged me about the rendering video. I don't remember what she said though, but I do remember that. That was backwards. But I do also remember that about her video. I think that's actually what she mentioned is that her video's explanations were lackluster. I think she actually mentioned that. I don't remember exactly because I do know that. I do remember that her video was probably really good for a beginner that just wants an image because you don't have to worry about knowing what you're doing, which is still a good video. Like there should be more videos on it for sure. Like, there's really not enough people who do rendering videos, but at the same time, rendering videos specifically for Minecraft, I don't know how popular that would be. Like I know I got like 1,000 views or like 5,000 views off that video, but if it if every single person who does Minecraft rendering watched the video, like how many people would watch it, right? So I'm not sure how many people would actually, not sure how worth it would be to have a specifically one just for Minecraft. I do want to do one for rendering specifically and do videos on Minecraft though. I am trying that. I do have a YouTube channel for that, which I posted previously, is the Gaffer Tape channel. And I already have one Minecraft-based video on there for rendering boats, and another one for rendering nighttime scenes, which I generalized for everything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's multiple specialities combined, which makes it, yeah, very, very, very niche. I think I could make it a bit more mainstream if there was somehow a rendering engine for a phone. Like, could you imagine that? Like, if you could um, take a build from your Pocket Edition world and render it on your phone. Like, I think it would be a lot more popular then, because then you can get some like cool pictures from your phone, and you can even move around the camera with your phone. Like, that would be pretty legit. But I don't necessarily know how hard that would be. I've not actually tried making a rendering engine on a phone or on a computer yet. I want to do it for a computer. I just don't know about a phone. I think that'd be a fun project though. A rendering engine for a phone. It's something I want to do. It's something I probably won't do, but it's something I definitely do want to do. I have the weirdest projects that I want to do at the moment. Um, so this is my base idea for the buildings that I had. I don't know if I necessarily like it. I think it would go well on the side of a building. Of course, like I'd probably fix it up because right now it's like very bare bones and it sort of looks bad and the coloring's off. But if I fix it up, I like the shaping of it because I think it looking like a mushroom would be really interesting because I could detail it with even more mushrooms and have the buildings look like mushrooms, so they sort of blend in. And also do some other stuff sort of related to that around the building as well. I think would be really interesting. And little chimneys. I don't know what the chimneys would look like. That'd be sort of interesting. But giant mushrooms typically confuse people because if you were to walk around the map, the question is we have normal sized terrain, then we have a giant tree. Is the tree giant and the terrain small, or is the tree huge and the terrain huge, and are we small? Like, how does the scaling actually work? That's one reason why I probably wouldn't recommend most people to do builds with giant trees or mushrooms, is just because it tends to be confusing. Unless you have everything else being the same size. So if I do giant mushrooms, are they giant mushrooms or are they normal sized mushrooms? So it becomes more and more difficult to really understand what's going on. Hello, Ernst Law Writer. I see you on Minecraft every once in a while, so I do know that I know you from Xbox, at least. Nice to see you again. Well, definitely a long time no see. You're not the only person who met me from a looking for group post. I'm pretty sure you met me from a looking for group post, and someone else earlier mentioned they met me from a looking for group post. So you're not the only one. Um, Sort of funny. I don't remember who that was. Who was that earlier? Oh, it's Kverse. Okay, yeah, Kverse said that. Yeah, we're just building a tree for a time-lapse video, and I'm spending way too much time on the details, and I'll probably run out of time before being able to finish, which is not very good. I really need to finish. Here we go. Okay. I need to figure out a different idea for the houses. I was thinking also a boulder house would be sort of interesting, because number one, there's actually a boulder brush that I can use. So brush boulder. Since I am on Java, I can use a brush boulder, and uh, it does let me make a mess apparently. Stone, and I know a lot of people don't like external terrain programs, for sure. That is a good question, Lacked. It's probably something I should ask more often, because most of the time I'm just like, yeah, if they knew other stuff existed, they'd probably hate that too. So I just don't say anything about it. Because there's definitely worse things that are a bit more overpowered. I'm not really helping with the situation either. Okay, there we go. Actually, speaking of that, that's something I want to make as well, as I want to make a terrain program. Um, yeah, they are talking about World Painter, but they're also talking about, I think they're also talking about some other stuff as well. Like, you guys mentioned, talked about, like, World Machine as well. You're counting that, which I think is probably something I should have asked a bit sooner. Uh, it's already removed at the moment, except for the stuff down there. Doesn't matter necessarily. Okay, so you were mentioning all of them. Okay, yeah. So I was thinking about having a house that's like this. Yeah, you guys would definitely really like what I have in store for Blip. I probably should show it off a little bit at some point. So, an idea that I have is so what I was thinking is I want to make it where you can, let's say, select an area. right? You select like the first area, you go up and you select the second area, right? So this is step one. You can then like copy and do a skim save, right? You can then skim save. I want to try making it where you can load that into a program, it will do erosion, and you can just do skim load result or something like that, and it would go from Minecraft back into Minecraft. Because one thing I noticed is it's really difficult to, let's say, build the base shape in Minecraft, send it over to World Machine, and then back. It's typically easier to it's typically easier to start in World Machine or World Creator or World Painter or whatever, and then adjust it after the fact. But I want to make it. I want to see if it would be a good idea to make it where you can go from World Edit, so you'd stay in Minecraft, send it to the machine. It would do the erosion and would send it back into Minecraft, and then you load it in, and it would automatically it would have the eroded terrain. So you don't need to go into a separate program. You don't even have to leave Minecraft. It would just be a matter of like a few seconds and it would have the eroded terrain. I personally really like the idea, but I'm not sure how well it's going to necessarily work. Like, I want to try it. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, good, okay. I thought it was a really good idea as well. Like, it sounds great because I know that whenever I'm building, like, I like being able to have a lot of control over what the building's going to look like when I'm done. And normally, using like World Painter and World Machine, you don't have a whole lot of control. So this way, you'd have control over every single block in the game, like very easily. So I thought that would be, yeah, sounds like a really good idea. I just need to actually do it. Like I've been so busy with other stuff, like this YouTube video I'm trying to make right now. Otherwise, I would be researching it. Yeah, sort of like that. What I was wanting to do though is make also have like 3D erosion like as well. I don't know how what 3D erosion would even look like though, because I haven't seen that before. Yeah, brush would work pretty well actually. Hmm, that'd be interesting. I should try. I should also try that actually. Hello, Mr. Yams. Hmm. I wonder how that would. I wonder how that would work. Because with JavaScript, I think they'd have to use an add-on or a mod. I don't know. That's really interesting. Be interested to see how they did it exactly. Because I would figure that it would end up being sort of slow for large-scale terrain. Like, let's say if you wanted to do something that was like 500 by 500, for example. I feel like it would start getting really slow if you're using a brush instead. Anyway, I'm not sure about this being a house anymore. Okay, see you later, Mr. Yams. I have no idea what to do with that for the houses. No idea. The mushroom thing is the only thing I can come up with right now. Besides doing like a full-blown castle, which would be like way too much. Like a full castle would be too much. I want a bunch of small houses. I guess I could just do normal houses. Like my normal, I have like a stereotypical diagonal house that I do sometimes. I feel like that might be uh, this is interesting. Maybe yeah, I should probably just do normal houses. Like actually sort of add some hmm. Okay, so I'm sort of going with two different ideas here. So number one is to go for houses that sort of blend in with it. Um, oh, thank you, Gorilla. Yeah, it's I try to be very respectful. Sometimes I don't do it successfully, but that's fine. um, okay, so my idea so far is to do either buildings that blend in with the build. So that's sort of the idea with the mushroom here. So I could have builds like do sort of mushroom houses, stone houses, have it blend in, sort of like Smurfs in a way, right? Where all the buildings sort of blend in and sort of go invisible. The second idea is to build houses that are just literally medieval houses. And that should create a really good what's called juxtaposition. Juxtaposition is just contrast, but it'd be contrast in the sense of conceptual contrast. So because we have this fantasy tree, we could also have sort of realistic medieval houses directly next to it. I think that would create a good juxtaposition, or a good contrast with this crazy fantasy landscape, creating more realistic structures. It may look very stereotypical, though, which is sort of my concern. I want it to pop, but I don't want it necessarily to be too crazy, too eye-opening, if that makes sense. Want to have a good contrast though, like conceptually. When people see it, they should be able to see that there's a castle. But I'm afraid that the tree will take everything, which might be a good idea because mangrove trees recently came out. So from a yeah juxtaposition. So from an advertisement perspective, having a giant tree is actually not that bad of an idea, especially because of the recent update that came out with the mangrove tree. Like it would actually be pretty good to have a tree as like as one of the main things that you look at in the build, um, and have the other stuff sort of be secondary. But I sort of do want something to be secondary, and I feel like the houses would just look like mushrooms. Like I don't think they would end up looking like um, what they're meant to look like, which would be houses. This is very confusing, but yeah, juxtaposition is a really cool like art technique that I learned from watching a professional artist who was talking about how to get really good contrast in your artworks, and it helps you get better contrast with the situation. So you have the whole scene would be interesting on its own. I barely forgot after you guys just mentioned it. I actually barely forgot. No, actually, no. I did completely forget that they did mention that in English class, like juxtaposition. I only remember it from an art video that I watched. But anyway, the point still holds. Juxtaposition's like really awesome for Minecraft builds because it makes things more eye-catching when you see something that doesn't belong. Right? You have something that you expect and you have something you don't expect. It's sort of a give and take in in your expectations, and it does help you create like more interesting builds when you have things that are unexpected. And I hope that almost crashed. So I do like the idea. Yeah, it's watching artists is extremely helpful. Hello, stylus. Um, I actually did a art course not that long ago. It was extremely helpful actually, especially with the really good artists that were a part of the art course. Their course was really amazing. It was I do not remember the name just yet. Okay, now my streams are popping up. Okay, I see how it is, YouTube. I don't even have any tags on this thing. Apparently, YouTube doesn't care. Oh well, we'll just stick with it. I might try to get background music. Well, I'll give it a try. I'll give some background music a try. If it doesn't work, then I'll just remove it if it's annoying. I'll give it a try though. Um, there it is. Sorry. Okay. I think this is probably not working very well. Classical music does sound like a really good idea. I do have a couple. I don't remember where any of them are. Oh, all the music's non-copyright. I got you covered. I've searched through thousands of non-copyright things, and I've only collected things I thought I could use. I went through a lot. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Sorry about the volume. I didn't mean to. I forgot that I had it all the way turned up. Yeah. Yeah. I probably should have checked the volume first. But anyway, yeah, all the hopefully no annoying music pops up because sometimes I was some of the music I select is like really annoying music, but sometimes you need really strange music to get like a good edits. Like you don't realize the music's weird or annoying when you're watching a video that like matches the vibe of, but when it's something like what we're doing here, it's not gonna be that helpful to have music like that. So hopefully we don't run into any of the like annoying bits of music that I've selected for some of the edits that I do. Um, if I ever do edits. Still haven't planned, at least. I have no idea how I'm going to edit this video. Like this video is because I'm recording the entire thing while I'm doing this, using Replay Mod and OBS. So I don't know how I'm going to edit this video. I feel like some of the stream highlights would be like really interesting in the video, but I also think it'd be difficult to edit in a way that actually, sounds good. Like rolls off the tongue. Not rolls off the tongue, but like flows good with the video. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, basically just exactly that. Just put clips together, call it good editing, and today, yeah. I mean, really, that's what you always have to do. Yeah, world creator for terrain. And then blip for the tree. I did not build the tree. The tree is a photo scan. Also, again, if anyone doesn't like any of the music, just tell me. I'll just switch it. I have so many selection options that it would not be a big deal just to switch. I have like a lot of free music on my computer. Yeah, Blip is the tool that I'm making myself. Blip is short for block processor, so I plan on adding a lot of other stuff to it as well. So not just stuff like what I am showing here, but basically, if I switch to display capture, what it lets me do is I can go to something like this here. This is the tree. So this is a photo scan of a tree that I downloaded from this guy here, and I was able to put it into Blender, and I have an add-on hooked up to Blender that goes to my program, and it takes this build here and it converts it to Minecraft blocks, and I can use it. So that's what I've been talking about, by the way. Every time I mentioned Blip, it's pretty like pivotal in how I'm designing this build. So that's one reason why I've mentioned it so much. Also, another reason why I'm mentioning it so much is because hashtag shameless plug. Get over it. Yeah, it's just something I'm proud of at the moment, so I will talk about it a lot. But it's also just so cool, and it is a part of how I build now, so it's hard not to mention it, even just casually, even if I'm not trying to, hashtag shameless plug. It's still something I'm using. So there you go. I plan on adding a lot of features to it. It'll be really cool, like scripting features, as I sort of want to do the terrain erosion as well, using it, a bunch of other stuff. Um, about overhangs? What do you mean, Stylus Arc, about the overhangs? You mean like this stuff over here? Like this? Like what do you mean? I'll just stay in position so I know what you mean. I have like a really bad stream delay because my internet probably just can't handle it. Yeah, cannot handle the stream very well, so it ends up getting further and further behind. I think I don't really know, so it's not like very live at the moment. Okay, yeah, so that's what Blip does pretty much. So because this is um, because this is a 3D model, it already has things that are under it. It wasn't done. Okay, yeah, chat is also delayed a little bit as well. But yeah, these overhangs are done from the 3D model. So this is from the 3D model. I put it into Blender and I convert it into Minecraft. So it's pretty much automatic, if that makes sense. I don't need to think about the overhangs. Like, I'm doing touch-ups at the moment, but almost the entire thing was done using Blip, so. The link is in the chat. I did it a little bit ago. It's the second Discord link that I've posted. So the most recent one. I'll just go grab it. Here we go. Yeah. So give me a second. There we go. I'll just repost it back in chat real quick and let you see what I'm doing. But here we go. There. Oh yeah, it was the first link. Yeah. Oh wait, not the first link. Yeah, it was the second link. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it was the second link in chronological order. The first link if you scroll upwards. I mean, if you're when you're scrolling up. There. Okay. And I need to get the chat back. Oops. There. And okay, now we're good. Okay. Trying to figure out the buildings now, because that's what I should be working on, rather than detailing this tree. Because, like, this is what happens when I do time-lapse videos. I just spend way too much time on, like, useless stuff. Because most of this won't make a big difference. I need to be doing these structures, but I have no idea what to do for the structures just yet, which is a little stressful. Especially, well, I'm technically timed at the moment because of the time lapse. I'm literally timed. I could do a second log. I could do some other 3D models beside it and have like some other stuff, but I'm trying to get enough record like footage, so I want to actually have stuff that I have on screen. Because if I do too much using Blip, I won't have any footage. I want the rest of this build to be done using by me building, because this was done with World Creator, and like obviously footage of World Creator is like really boring, and footage of Blip isn't necessarily boring, but it's not like great for a time lapse. So I need to do the rest of this build without using too many other tools besides like actually building inside the game. So again, blending in structures or very obvious structures. Also need to build some trees as well. I could build trees while I'm waiting, because I do need to build trees. So I think I'll just build trees while I'm thinking about what I'm supposed to be building. because I have to do this anyway. Oops. There. Okay. We'll use this for the builds, and for the structures, and for the trees, probably. Because this is quite a bit of room so far. Okay. With all the stuff. Go. Yeah, trees are sort of strange. I'm not entirely sure what kind of trees I should be doing at the moment. Um, because that tree is more like an oak. That's a chestnut tree, so it makes it difficult to like have trees that will make sense surrounding it. Um, but whatever. I just do some sort of like oak kind of tree or something. Yeah, trees are sort of like organics, but I would almost say terrain is probably more akin to organics than maybe even trees. That's just because of the amount of curves that I used to do in landscaping, though. Like whenever I started doing landscaping on Xbox, it was extremely popular to do almost perfectly curved terrain. Um, oh yeah, if you do larger trees like Pluto, then yeah, then they're definitely more akin to organics. But if I'm doing like player scale trees, they're almost like their own thing in a way. They do teach the basics of curves, though. I don't know. I guess they're sort of like mini organics. Okay. I was going to see what he thought about Blip, actually. I commented on one of his videos, and YouTube, um, for some reason, like, messed up my comment, so then I just, like, didn't do it. Oh, okay, yeah, World at Train. Yeah, that... I sort of get why you're thinking that, but yeah, it would be like what Stylus Arc said. Be terrain. That is true. I forgot he had a Discord. Didn't necessarily forget, I just didn't even know that, now that I think about it. I was thinking about the his build team Discord server, not his. I didn't know he had one. Uh, I'm not really sure what YouTubers actually want to give Blip a try. Because I was thinking about that the other day. It's like, what YouTubers should I try getting to use the Blip? Because like obviously number one is not number one, but part of it is I want someone who would actually use it and would enjoy it, right? So someone who's a bit more of a builder. But I still also, need some advertisement for Blip, if that makes sense, right? Like I want people to use it. I want people to know about it. So of course, um, I want to be someone who has a decent, who doesn't even need to be a lot of people, just has a decent amount of people on YouTube that follow them. I've been trying to think about like who would like it. That's like a builder that would use it and enjoy it. It's really difficult at the moment. Trying to think about who would want to use it that I even know about on YouTube that would even respond as well. It's a difficult question. I want to do just spruce planks instead. Uh, yeah, Pluto is one of the people I was thinking about asking because he actually builds and he builds organics. He might actually like it and like using it. And I know that he's used like 3D modeling tools before to save time. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities because oh wait, no, that was Kevosaurus. I actually don't know if Pluto's done have used 3D tools before. I know Kevosaurus has because he's used it for um, posing. He did the posing using Blender or some other 3D modeling, or not 3D modeling, but posing software, and he did the rest of it in Minecraft. That was Kevosaurus, but um, I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, before I can give it to anyone, though, I actually do need to fix all the bugs. I ran into one earlier while working on it. I mean, while building this map here, so I need to fix at least that bug. And then I got a couple other issues as well that I need to fix. Most of it's pretty easy though. Like most of the fixes should not take me very long. I've just been busy doing this YouTube video here, and doing some other stuff because I really need to do YouTube videos. But YouTube videos are like extremely sort of annoying, in my opinion. Well, the YouTube videos aren't annoying. It's just the how do I put it? It's not knowing how the video is going to do. Like, even if you put a lot of effort in it, even if you post about something, like, really good, like what I mentioned earlier, you just don't know. So, I already mentioned this earlier, so I won't really go over it again, but some videos I thought would do well just didn't. It's so strange. It's something I'm trying to solve, that's why it's on my head. Like, it's not on my head, but it's on my mind a lot right now, because I'm trying to figure out how to solve that issue um, with YouTube being so finicky with how, if it even shares it or not. So, something I definitely want to figure out. And then with the with Blip, oh goodness, I have like no footage. It's amazing and horrible at the same time. Because whenever I build using Blip, I could do so much so quickly that for a large part of what I do now, I don't need to do almost anything, if that makes any sense. Like the majority of the build can just be done using Blip. Like it's borderline overpowered. But yeah, trying to do a video is sort of difficult when you literally run out of footage. Yeah, I'll run out of footage in like 30 seconds if I did like a organic. Like if I built Iron Man in Minecraft, it would literally be 30 seconds of footage and I'd be done because of Blip. It's amazing. But it's also super annoying because I have like no footage. It's awful. Um, Sort of funny though. Like of course that's the issue. Previously I had issues whenever I was building, I'd have too much footage and I have no footage now. Goodness. Um, this is good enough. I think the tree looks a little bit awkward, but I think it'll be fine in the end. Especially since I probably shouldn't care, really. This is meant to be more of a basic build anyway. Okay. Okay, that's better. Yeah, my ping is 1933, so the lag is sort of bad. You guys can still hear me, right? Because I have no idea. Because it could literally just be completely broken right now, and I'd have no clue. I need to have like a stream utility kind of thing, so I can actually see what's going on in the chat. Um. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Ernst Law Writer. Your name is really hard to pronounce. At least it is for me. Um. But yeah, timeless videos are already annoying, and then losing all your progress, that'd be awful. I had a video that was sort of like that, except for I did a build too big, and the build replay mod couldn't load it in, so I couldn't actually show anything on screen. There was just nothing, um, which was really annoying. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's probably one of the worst things is that because then you just can't use it. Like you have the replay, you just can't use it because it just nothing loads in, which is yeah, that was bad. Luckily, it was only a 3 hour build, but it was one of the biggest builds I've ever done. It was actually really cool. It could have been a really good video, but it just, yeah. Okay, we're doing good. At least sort of good. Good enough for a YouTube video, at least. I'm so picky about trees, currently. I get very particular about how the trees are supposed to look, but it just takes too much time to get right, especially when I'm out of practice, because I am a little bit out of practice. Okay. Um, this is oof. Okay. Yeah, I'm way too finicky right now. I need to be able to finish this build tomorrow. I have to even finish that tree later because I'm not happy with it. Too I'm too tired to fix it. Okay. Yeah, when I start getting impatient, I have to stop, pretty much, and like start working on something else. Let's see. Go back to this tree over here and see what I'm missing. Because there's something is missing here. I don't know if I should actually care to do it or not, though. Because like I mentioned, this is like literally timed. Like imagine only having 2 having basically 3 days to finish it. Like I have to finish it. If I can't finish it, I have to restart. completely from the start, all over again. So, probably should not necessarily care as much as I am right now about the way that it looks. Um, do not necessarily have the time to fix everything. Um, have to see. I like it a lot, but it's also... I think what we need to do is just start building somewhere on the tree. Just start building on it and see what I come up with. Um, just have to figure it out. Because worrying about it is not fixing it at all. Or even thinking about it. Because there's no real right answer, and there's no real good answer. It's just what will be. So there's no point in worrying about it. But figuring out what it will be would be nice, especially right now. Okay. This is one reason I like terraforming. Terraforming is something I can do while I'm thinking, because I don't need to think about how to terraform. It's nice that way. But, for example, trees I have to think about. I probably need to get to the point where I don't need to think about them, but that's a lot of work, especially since like trees can be extremely advanced if you really design them, which is something I like doing. I want to design the tree, but it's probably not something I should do at the moment. So I'm thinking the camera will be around here somewhere. Here somewhere. Mountains in the background. I like the idea of some towers somewhere, like a tower or something, but I'm not sure what a tower would necessarily look like in this situation. And what would look the best? I guess it doesn't, like I said, doesn't matter. I do like the idea of the mushrooms, because mushrooms create really good horizontal lines. Like, almost everything here is going, like, up, right? You have up, you have up, you have up. Almost everything is pointing upwards. I mean, even the mountains are pointing up, 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 up. Almost all the shapes are pointing directly upwards. There's not nearly as many going horizontally. So having maybe even shape contrast instead of juxtaposition, having shape contrast might be a good way of making it for that. Or not necessarily having shape contrast being a good way of making up for that, but having some horizontal shapes might add something more interesting in it. Because currently only doing straight towers might be a bit weird. Yeah, moss would be good. I'm not sure if I have any moss, though. I have a green wool, which would work. I do have a dark prismarine, which would also work. Definitely light wood. I was thinking a moss roof or a green roof would look pretty good. Because I don't necessarily like this red roof, because I was thinking the buildings could look like mushrooms, but I think that having large mushrooms next to a large tree is confusing for the viewer, if that makes sense. So for the viewer, I think it'd be better to have something that doesn't necessarily look like that. So I think I should probably just do a green roof, like a green wool roof should work really well, actually. Or even really any color would work. I think green fitting into the theme, and maybe doing something slightly even like Wookiee related would be sort of interesting. But we'll have to see. I'll have to give that a try in a second after I fix this limb here. This branch is ugly at the moment because it's just flat. I need to fix all the things that are like perfectly flat. I'm including the top of the tree, but I might be too lazy to do the top of the tree because it might just not be worth it at the moment to do the top of the tree just yet. Because I really need to cut off like a little bit there, maybe Yeah, I do like that idea then. Having the... Okay, I'm gonna give that a try. At least give it a try. I'll use diamond block and gold block just in case if I want to remove it easily. Um, this server has a 1.16.5 version and a 1.12.2 version, and currently the version I'm on is 1.12.2. It also makes it easier to record at the moment for me, but Replay Mod does have a new version for 1.16.5. The reason why I'm on 1.12.2 mainly is because of the Schematica version. So the version of Schematica that I'm using, not Schematica, but the version of schematics, there we go, that I'm using is very readable, and it was the easiest one that I could do to start out with Blip. So Blip, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but it's a tool to convert 3D models into Minecraft, so that's how I built this tree. It came from a 3D model off like Sketchfab. And the schematic version that I'm currently using is the 1.12.2 version of it. Now I could probably technically update the schematic version using some utility or tool, but that would be extra work, and I don't necessarily care about the blocks that I use currently, because this is more of a... it's a time-lapse video, so it doesn't necessarily matter as much, but if this was like Marketplace, I'd be using the most recent version, if that makes any sense. Of course, I wouldn't be time-lapsing or Marketplace, but anyway. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. The weird question to answer, because it has a lot of things that you need to know in order to understand it completely, probably. I say probably, because you might have gotten that first try. Okay, let's give this an attempt. I have no idea what you're talking about, the Bee Knight, at the moment. I'm guessing it's, just a joke? I don't know. Might know something I don't. Up the curve. Okay, it's a little better. So, 2, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay, it's pretty close. So this is sort of the idea that I had here, is to have some sort of horizontal buildings like that, which is actually sort of similar to Builder's Refuge Hub. They have buildings sort of similar to what I'm trying to do there. But having multiple of them go down, have roads going around the tree, would be pretty interesting. I am liking it, but it is a bit weird. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you're not the only one from Xbox. By the way. Uh, here we go. This building is causing me get a headache. Not necessarily a headache, but a lot of effort in the head to get right. Which I really should not be putting this much effort into a time-lapse video. Goodness gracious. Okay. There we go. What I'll do is just cylinders at first. Just H cyl. And just get the design of it down. Do something like 20 block radius, something like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'll do a few of these and see how it goes. Okay, I'm liking this. Oh my word, yeah, okay. I do know that. I do know that video. Okay, so if anyone was... I don't know if everyone was here when I was talking about when I used hat clients for building. That was one of the features, is you could pretend to be someone else, and I did use that once. to make a clickbait video with him. It was really funny. I changed my skin to Mumbo Jumbo's, and then it had his same name. It was hilarious. Yeah, they are supposed to look like fungi, yes. So the buildings are going to sort of look slightly like mushrooms, and structures at the same time. And I do like that so far. Okay, I probably need to undo some of these. Okay, I want to undo a few. Actually, I won't undo them all, I want to redo them. I don't like their positioning. I do like them, I just don't like their positioning. Um... it's all good. Be night. Uh, that was... So my idea currently is to have... I really like these circular structures. They tend to look pretty good after I get them all lined up. And they should get smaller as it goes towards the top. Um, Maybe one big one. There you go. Thanks, Be Night. It's, hopefully it will be a good time-lapse video as well. I'm not sure yet. It's actually if I finish, of course. Okay. Right now I'm being extremely careful with my placement. I have to like really make sure every single time I place a place one, it's placed in the exact location I want. But it's not it's not doing perfectly, but at least it's a little better. Um, okay, wait, I messed up. This is another reason why I don't do YouTube videos very often. I get way too picky. Okay, so it's supposed to be a 10. So speed up a few blocks. Okay. Okay, there we go. Be good. Okay, there we go. This is a lot better. Not sure what I'm going to do there yet, because something should be there. Something should also be here. Just not sure what should be there yet. Hmm. This entire section here definitely needs something. Where are we in the music list? Yeah, I'm in multiple teams currently. I have my own team. I'm in Aurora, and I think I'm in one more. I don't remember the name of it. At least I thought so. I don't remember. I think I'm just in 2 at the moment. I was in 3. Okay, yeah, I'm just in 2 at the moment. Um, I was in a build team a while back. The third one. Forgot I left it. Oh wait, I was in 4. I left another one. I can't keep track of it anymore. Most of them were sort of like not more casual. I'm only in 2 like properly professionally. The other 2, for people who are wondering, were more casual. Um, one of them I didn't necessarily quit; they just sort of died out. I'm sort of glad they did because I didn't get paid enough by that build team because they didn't ask enough from the people who were doing the commissions, right? Um, I should have helped him out with the commissions, really. Helped him get better prices because he wasn't very good at getting good prices on the commissions. And the other one, I was too busy. I couldn't build for that team, and I was just like, yeah, I can't do that. Goodness, my lag. Um, there was one medieval map that I helped make. I don't remember if that's the one you're referring to. That was built by Always Decent. I did the map conversion for that one. And then there was a map that I did myself that was medieval. Oh, great. Okay, luckily it didn't reset my video. Okay, not reset. It didn't restart the video. If it would have restarted the video, I would have stopped building right then. Ugh, replay mod is so bad. Not bad. I'm frustrated. Replay mod, not really bad. It's just I really wish you could do all the editing in a single thing. Anyway, that stresses me out. Especially because I want to eat goldfish right now. I'm gonna go get some goldfish or something. I do not think this is the right build. The right world. Great. Uh, oh my word, how do I have so many plots? I'm only supposed to have like 5, and now I have 9. Now I have to look through all the plots. Oops. Okay. I don't know where all these plots came from. I'm going to have to delete them later. I'm only supposed to have like 4 or 5. I have 9. Bit of a problem. I'm pretty sure that the last one is the correct one, because I didn't make any more after that. But you never know with, yeah, yeah, like this. I'm on number 7. There's a few more. Okay, yeah, if it was huge, then that was the one I did by myself. If it was small, then that's the one that I did the conversion for. And you'll know what I'm talking about if it was huge. It was bigger than this entire tree. And like, yeah, it was, yeah, actually, I think it was about the size of this tree. Yeah, it was literally about the size of the tree. Um, it was huge. Yeah, if it was that one, then I did the entire project myself. So that would have been like the furniture and everything else as well. Yeah, I did. I don't know if you saw that build Earnslow Rider. Um, it was huge. Just the castle alone was the size of the tree, and then there was a whole town beside it, as well as a second castle. It was huge. One of the biggest builds I've ever done, if not the biggest build. Um, yeah, that is sort of true, but yeah, it's like the size of the tree. Basically about just the castle, I think, was the size of the tree. Probably not like exactly the size of the tree. It's probably a little bit smaller. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to show that build sometime later. I do have a video on it, but anyway, that's one of my favorite builds, though. It was very intriguing to build, to say the least. It's one of the harder builds I've done. Not really. It was one of the most stressful. And it was all on a time limit. I had to do it in 6 months. So I built every day for like 10 hours a day for 6 months straight. It was the most stressful build I've ever done. I had basically no time to do it. Had to do it by myself as well. I had furniture, had 2 castles, multiple normal buildings, terrain, and what else was there? Oh, and a skin pack as well. It was it was a big project. These are going to be houses of some sort. I'm not entirely sure just yet. They're going to be houses that sort of look like mushrooms. They're not going to look like the building over here, but this is the general shape of it, is the building that's over here. So this is sort of the general shaping that I'm trying to go for the building. So it's going to sort of look like mushrooms in the end. Then there's going to be a few other buildings that are not mushrooms, or mushroom shaped, but I'm not entirely sure what to do for those just yet. Because I really got to do this pretty quickly. I got to get these buildings on there. Uh, I don't have a ton of time either before I have to get off, so I definitely need to be quick about it. Or at least deliberate. Because I don't want to make mistakes today that I have to fix tomorrow. So in order to guarantee that, I really got to plan through what I'm doing. I can't just go just do anything random. Sort of like this right now. I should not be doing this, because this terraforming is not going to be seen by anyone. Too bad. I'm fixing it. Okay, one second. I have a problem with terraforming. I just gotta do it. Okay, I need to get out of here. Okay. I think there's a good opportunity for some really interesting buildings near the bottom here. I was thinking maybe even a boot. I think a boot would be a really interesting thing to have near us, but that's also like brown color. I want to get something that's not brown in color necessarily, or a different shade of brown at least. So I was thinking maybe, of course I could do some rocks, of course. I think something right here, something needs to be here. I just don't know what just yet. Don't know at the moment. Hmm. I actually don't know of any build teams that hire scripters at the moment. I think it will become more popular though. Wink, wink. Um, but probably JavaScript instead of Python. Actually, no, wait, Python too. Yeah, Python and JavaScript will both be used for scripting in the future, I think, for Minecraft build teams, and it'll be a lot more popular. Just give it a couple years, and it'll be popular. So I don't know if it's going to be popular whenever you start trying to do it, though. Hashtag shameless plug. If no one knows what I'm talking about, just tell me, I'll explain it. Yeah, it probably could fit really well in some sort of golf course. Okay. I think I need to do some boulders. Hmm. You know what? Okay. We're gonna look. We're gonna look. Okay, we're gonna go on an adventure to Sketchfab. So, I'm trying to think of something I could add next to it. Um, yeah, that is true. Python works really well for knowing how to program in other languages such as C and C++ as well as JavaScript because they are all extremely imperative. It doesn't necessarily help with some other languages, though. There's some other languages that are like so different that Python doesn't necessarily help a whole lot. Those are really fun to learn if you know Python. Like after you learn Python, learning some other languages that are like completely different is extremely entertaining. One of those being APL. APL is probably one of my favorite to learn, just because it was so strange, and it's array programming, so it works really well for Minecraft scripting. Actually, yeah, it works really well for Minecraft scripting. It's even better than Python for Minecraft, but the only problem is it's not very popular, so it doesn't really have the capabilities that Python has, so Python would still be better, but APL is like really interesting because of the array programming way it works. Instead of working on a single number, you work on giant arrays or lists of numbers all at once. So you're able to do, like if this was a list of blocks, right, you'd be able to um, you'd be able to modify them all at the same time, which is like really interesting. But it's not popular and it's also commercial software, so there's only like, for example, J that would be possible. Anyway, I'll get completely distracted if we talk about programming. I need to like start doing programming videos on my a programming channel. I do have a programming channel. I just don't have any videos on it yet. It's something I need to do really bad. I get like I get like an itch to explain programming to people, but no one I know programs, so it's like really difficult to. Uh, I know one person who programs, so it's really difficult to like show people programming stuff when there's not really anyone um, to show anything to, pretty much. I could do some sort of flower or something like that, or like you said, a sprout for the build. Um, yeah, I heard that GD script was relatively easy, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't used it myself. My favorite programming language is D currently. I have a lot of favorites. I like Lisp. I like D. I do like Haskell. I like APL. I like a few others that haven't really had too much of an opportunity to program too much in, unfortunately. I have not tried GDScript though. Yeah, I don't have any videos on it currently. The programming channel. I need to do videos on it. Probably like a multiple different programming languages. Probably what I'll start out with. Um, but I'm not entirely sure. I do need to. One reason I'm starting the programming channel, for those of you who don't know, is the reason I'm also on this website currently. Um, I have a tool. Sorry, I need to cough real quick. I have a tool where I can convert 3D models, like what you're seeing on screen now, into Minecraft. So a good example is this chestnut tree is the tree in Minecraft here. So this is the exact same tree uh, from. So I got it from this website and I put it into Minecraft here. Now, one of the features I want to add is the capability of being able to make your own programming language that I'm writing the program in, D, so that if you want to write your own program, it'll be very easy. You don't need to know how to understand schematics. All you got to do is pass it a list and you'd be able to make your own 3D models. And the same way, I also want a scripting language. So if you even want less complexity, you could just do it inside of the scripting language built into Blip and make your own scripts and add-ons and different things that would work with Blender as well as with my program to be able to make some really cool stuff to generate different builds or trees or anything that channel actually is because I need to do videos first on the D programming language and also DMD script, which is a JavaScript implementation that I can put inside of my program. And my program will have its own custom programming language basically designed for well, if I design it really well, it'll be designed specifically for Minecraft and making 3D models and modifying 3D models and doing a lot of really cool stuff in Blip to modify it to work with Minecraft. So it should be really cool to be able to allow people to do that. If that goes over your head and you're like, oh, I could never do that, don't worry. This is the best part. Other people who make it could then upload their 3D models to, let's say, the package manager. And if you want to use it, all you got to do is download it. You won't need to know how to do it. As long as someone else knows how, as long as someone else makes it, all you got to worry about is being able to download it, which will be extremely easy because I plan on baking it into the program. Um, I really want to do that. It'd be really, really cool. And yes, it does cut down a lot on build time. And combining that with the scripting so people could make their own generators for different things, or even just modify the builds, right? They could use the programming language to modify it in really interesting ways, or scatter the builds, or anyway, do a lot of really cool stuff. I think it will be very exciting. People will be able to add their own stuff to my program very easily. The problem is that it's way more difficult than what I'm describing it as. It's very difficult. And it's something I'm not going to be able to add to my program for a very long time. I need to actually get it out to people first off. People actually need to start using it. And I'm very close to releasing it. But anyway, it's a lot of work. But it's something I'm really excited about. And I think scripting will be something good for Minecraft. I think it'll be help out a lot of people with making complicated things. You don't necessarily um, if that makes sense. You could use scripting to do a lot of really cool stuff. But like I said, it's a whole different beast. So that's the short explanation. And trust me, that is the short explanation. I'll have to look for some rocks real quick. So I was thinking about using one of these, some like rock and put it into the build, or at least get some inspiration or something. I don't know. I just need to look at some stuff to get some ideas of what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing currently. Some of the rocks could be sort of interesting, especially photo scanned rocks. I personally really like the photo scanned rocks. So look like photo scanned rocks. Some of those can be super interesting and like obviously very realistic because they're a photo, and they're photo scanned, so they're from a real life rock. So something like this would be pretty interesting, or this one would be pretty interesting. Have next to the build or something. I don't know. I might just actually just need a build. Be a pretty good idea as well. I was thinking putting a boot, putting another tree, putting something here. I want something there. I just don't know what yet. Something else, but yeah. Maybe another stick could do well. Just a stick or something. I don't know. Um, hmm. Yeah, these buildings, I like where they're going. I like how this is doing so far. I need to design some buildings to go underneath the tree, so I'm going to try doing some buildings over here and see how that goes. Obviously trees will help a lot. I don't want another mushroom house. I'm trying to think of anything else I could do. 50? Okay. It's for a time-lapse video, so technically for profit, because I do earn money from YouTube videos now, which is really awesome. Um, also slightly for fun, slightly for advertisement, slightly for pretty much everything. It's, yeah, it's a combination of everything. Where did all these come from? Anyway. Um, hmm. I mean, I could just do the default house. I'll do the default house to sort of show you guys what it looks like. Let me just do something real quick, and we'll look at how the stream's going. Here we go. So I will have a website for Blip, yeah. I've been trying to program it for like multiple months, but every single time I go to program it, I end up running out of time, which is really unfortunate. The last time I tried doing it, I got interrupted by a Education Edition map. Um, I was unable to finish it before I literally had to work on the Education Edition map. So it's sort of a problem. And right now I need to be doing YouTube videos. Like I do need to be doing YouTube videos. I also need to work on Blip, so I don't have the time right now to work on it, which is really unfortunate because I do need to do it. Because having a website for it would be really awesome. I already have a website myself, and it's magala.blue. Um, so I'll probably just put it on there somehow. Yep. See you later, B Night. That's if I make the video, by the way. You never know, because these videos are really difficult to do. At least for me, because I worry about it too much. Anyway, have a good day. Uh, Hello, what the flock? I may or may not. I don't know. I've thought about doing my own server before, and I have made one before, but it's just not something I don't know. It depends. It really depends. If I was able to get enough money that I could actually pay for it and afford it, then I probably would, but I don't have enough money to do much of anything. So, uh, It's not necessarily a matter if I want to, I can't necessarily, even if I wanted to. Which I do want to a little bit. But like I said, because it does sound fun. Servers are fun. Having people on the server building together would be a lot of fun as well. Um, I guess technically it could be. What would be more effective is if I made more videos, but I just don't do that either. Um, Something I need to get better at. Okay, there you go. Oops. And if I was going to do a, if I was going to do a server, I would probably want to do it to help people get better at building and other stuff like that. Which actually, technically, I am planning on having a server. I did just forget. Um, I do have something in the motion that would mean I would be making a building server at some point. The problem is just I don't have the money right now, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about posting YouTube videos or Installwriter, yeah, that's a whole problem for me. I think it's a problem with like all people who like anyone who really cares about getting better at building ends up doing really badly at posting YouTube videos for some reasons. Yeah, that is the goal to help people get better at Minecraft. Um, and a lot of other stuff too, not just Minecraft. Um, man block Minecraft, but also programming technically. But I need to separate my channels a little bit to do that part, that last part. But I do want to make, um, after I thought about it a little bit, like I said earlier, technically I do have a plan. I do have plans to make a server. I did forget, um, because there's some stuff I'm working on currently related to Blip um, that are going to end up with a server. It's so far out, I forgot about it, if that makes sense. It's like, it's pretty much written down. Like, actually, no, it is written down that I'm going to do it. It's just, I forgot about it. Because it's like literally a year or two out before I can even do that. And that's if everything else goes to plan. If everything else goes to plan, I'll probably have one. Not probably, I should have one if everything goes to plan. But things going to plan will depend on a little bit of Blip as well as some other stuff. Um, because I do want Blip, even though I'm giving it away for free. I don't know if you're here when I was talking about Blip. Um, I do want to earn money using it, which would be pretty cool. So I should be able to do it after that point. Okay, yeah. Ernst, you want to learn code HTML and make a website like vanilla tweaks for World Painter brushes and schematics. That does sound really interesting. I actually, so let me go out. I'm getting a little bit distracted, but whatever. So the text editor that I use, I won't really describe it too much because most people should not use it. So I'm not going to tell you what it is necessarily because Most people shouldn't be using it, and it takes a long time to learn how to use this text editor. I'll leave it at that. It took me like a week or two to learn how to use this. And if I didn't learn how to do it, then I would have been completely lost, basically, to give you any idea on how difficult it is. Now, what's cool about it is I can write down notes. So, for example, I have a Minecraft color wheel. So this is notes for the Minecraft color wheel that I had made previously. Or maybe this is already sorted. No, it's not. Okay, anyway. So I have a bunch of notes in here. Like Minecraft notes. So here's a bunch of links to Minecraft resources that I have saved for myself, from different Minecraft tools to Minecraft documentation as well. And specifically, the program that I'm using can generate websites. So from my notes, this is already in an HTML format. So I can write all my notes. All my notes are in an HTML format, which means everything I write down for all my YouTube videos, for everything, can be generated to make a website. So what I'm wanting to do is make it where all my notes will be available to everyone else on my website. Um, so all the Minecraft resources that I have, everything I document about schematics, everything, I want it to be on the website. But I don't necessarily. It's taking a lot of work though. The website actually looks pretty cool when it's generated as well. I was actually pretty impressed by it. But anyway, that's something I do want to do, and this tool is so useful. But if you're wanting to do that same thing, there's a thing called Hugo, and it does the same thing but with Markdown instead of org mode files. So you can write your notes in a Markdown format and use that to generate websites, which is extremely useful because then you don't necessarily need to know HTML super well. But the best part about it is not necessarily you don't need to do it, but the fact that you can do it based off of your notes. So all the notes that you write, you can just generate the website off of that, which means you're able to give access to way more to people, right? You don't have to make a website or make a web page or make something to get it to work. It just works, which is really nice if you're trying to make a website for documenting different things like building techniques or building tools or world painter brushes and smacks and whatnot, like what you're mentioning. So it's really cool. But like I said, that's more like Hugo, for example, is what I would personally recommend. The tool that I use is I could get it set up for you, but I'm not sure if I have time for that. So I'll tell you Hugo. Um, he actually set it up, so I'll put this in chat if you want to check it out. It depends on what you. Oh, okay, good. You can't see what I'm doing. Um, if you want to check it out, then you can go to check it out here. I'm not entirely sure if I would necessarily recommend to do everything using it. It's not the best website tool, but it does help a lot if you want a huge website where it's so you can generate the website rather than having to do everything yourself, which is really nice. Um anyway, I'd recommend checking it out, but I wouldn't necessarily say like it's your decision. Like if that makes sense. There we go. It's your decision. So don't listen to me. Try it out yourself. See if it's good. If it's good, then you can definitely do it. You don't necessarily need to know HTML. You could do it using HTML though as well. If it's too difficult, then yeah, learn HTML. Anyway, it's just something cool, basically, to check out. Um, I cannot find a good window at the moment. My throat is getting raw. Oh goodness, this is awful. After like talking for multiple hours, your throat just gets really bad. Here we go. What? There. So this is the sort of houses I was thinking about doing, just down there. This is like the default house that I just build whenever I don't know what to do. It just works, so could see how that goes. Give me a second. Okay. I was just checking to see how many of you guys are watching currently. It's hard for me to see. Of course, you guys can see my screen currently. I think I'll just leave display capture on, doesn't matter, so you can see everything I'm doing. Um, Typically, I think that would be annoying because like just flipping between a bunch of different stuff, right, is sort of weird. You know, my notes to OBS to Minecraft. It's a little weird, but it should be fine anyway. So I'm thinking about doing these buildings down there, along with the mushroom buildings, which they're not mushrooms. I'm not going to make them mushrooms, so I don't know why I'm saying that. The mushroom-shaped buildings, um, but the Wookiee thing as well. Yeah, it is just you, Renslow Rider, yeah. If everyone ends up leaving, I'll probably... Oh wait, never mind, it's too late. I was going to call someone. I was going to call back over there to so I could still start record, so I could still record and talk to somebody. But anyway, while you're mentioning HTML code, that's something I probably need to do as well on the programming channel that I'm doing. I don't know. I don't know exactly. I definitely need to do more programming videos on my programming channel. I haven't done any yet. So it's like there's none on that channel. I definitely need to do it though. Because that would be super helpful for a lot of people. Also, I want to do a programming course that uses Minecraft to teach programming, because I think I could do that really well using redstone and command blocks. And I think it could be a very, very good course, especially if I get some assistance from some other people as well. I think it could be a top-notch course, like one of the best programming courses that I can think of. Because I have a really good idea for a programming course, but for like beginners to all the way up to experts even. I think even some experts would get something out of it. Because it's a completely different course idea that I haven't really seen anywhere else. So I think it'd be really intriguing. But it depends on the execution, of course, and how well I'm able to execute it and do it. But I think it'd be really cool to do a course like that. But anyway, um, yeah, it'd be really it'd be really cool. So there we go. It's still just you. um, yeah, it's one of those ideas I've wanted to do for a very long time. Like I've had that something I want to do for a long time. And most people don't know this. Like most people do not know this, but I've been programming for over like 11 years or 10 years or something like that. I started programming before I built in Minecraft. Like I started programming in Java when I was 9. Like that's when I first started programming. I started building when I was like 14. So I've been programming longer than I've built. I did calculators in Minecraft as well before building. So it's something I've wanted to do for a long time is do some programming related stuff. Even longer than Minecraft building. Yeah, I think that would be 10 years, at least 10. Soon to be 11. Yeah, it's sort of funny for people when they hear I programmed for such a long time because they think of me as like an art guy and a like Minecraft builder. But most people have no idea that like way more experience in technical stuff. Ah, late 2020. Okay, okay, okay. That's sort of surprising because I almost guarantee I met you before 2020. Almost. I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember exactly. If you remember when you met me, then that'd be interesting. Like I said, I do not remember. Okay, okay. Yeah, I thought it was a while ago. Um, because I've had you on my friends list for a while, but I don't know. I'm not even going to make a guess because it'd be even worse for me to make a guess than you because I've met. If you, I don't know if you knew this because a lot of people figure this out. Like it's that much of a thing. A lot of people figure this out. I was in so many looking for group posts that if you went to random looking for group posts, you were actually very likely to meet someone who knew me. Just just from looking for group posts, not from YouTube, not from anything else, just from looking for group posts, that could happen. So I met so many people from looking for group posts. A thousand, like probably like 2 to 3,000 people from looking for group posts, or I don't even know that. Yeah, I don't. I've lost track of all the people when I met people. I used to know every single person in my friends list, basically, on Xbox, and that just went downhill so quick. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Um, so definitely, if I tried guessing, it would be way worse than your guess. Well, actually, I don't know if it'd be worse, but I would expect it to be worse, which might make it better because I'd do it very conservatively. Because most of the time, I only joined looking for group posts when there was about Minecraft building. I almost never did anything else unless it was about Minecraft building. So I almost guarantee you're doing something about building in Minecraft. So if it was before when you said you started getting into Minecraft building, then it might have been whenever you were starting to get into Minecraft building, but you weren't really fully into it yet. So it could have been then, or it could have been right when you started, which I think was is probably when it was probably not yeah probably using that a lot using that a lot. Oh, I just forgot. There's no campfires. Whatever. Okay. Anyway, here we go. I really need to stream more often. I feel like this was pretty fun, and I think everyone else had quite a bit of fun as well. This is very time consuming. I mean, Minecraft building is. So I guess I could do it when I'm doing some Minecraft building. Okay, here we go. So, what do you guys think about this building here? I don't know if everybody was here when I was talking about the other building, so I'll show you the other building. I'll go through. So I have this building, um, which is going to be these blue lines. I have the buildings that are going to look like the shape of a mushroom. They're not going to be exactly like that one. They're going to be in the shape of a mushroom. And they're going to be sort of like Wookiee huts, if that makes sense. I want them to be a little bit like huts. Probably like a green roof or something like that. Then the other buildings I want to be maybe like this. I don't really know. I like this building. They're very easy for me to build. I've built so many of these. They're very easy for me to build, and they look decent. I think they would work relatively well for the other buildings and go decently along with these, especially if I did a green roof. If I would have done a green roof, or I could just keep it wood, I think the combination should do well, but I'm not entirely sure. If not that, then I need to come up with something else that's better. Maybe a completely stone building. Like I said, I don't really know just yet, so we'll have to see. Like I keep saying, but um, it's very intriguing. Trying to figure out what to do exactly. It's a very big problem because I did not plan this build out at all, pretty much. Okay, I think I got figured out. I want mostly wood buildings, and I only want a few stone buildings. So the bottom of this needs to be converted to wood, I think. Maybe a little bit of stone. The reason being is from a story-based perspective, I'm thinking that if these are sort of like Wookiee-like creatures, or maybe not Wookiees, but even if this is people, they're living on top of a tree using structures that sort of look slightly like mushrooms. They're very nature-oriented if their buildings look like mushrooms. Because not a lot of people like mushrooms, and when they do, they tend to be more nature-oriented and in general. Um, Not entirely sure of that though. That's just my observation. Now, for the people that are living in these buildings, like if we were to imagine that there's people living in them, then what would their standard buildings look like, right? We have the fancy pants buildings up here, where you're living on the tree, right? Like that's a part of your life, right? This is pretty important living area. This is a bit more expensive, this is a bit fancier. It's still going to be wood, but it's going to be a bit more on the colorful side, maybe some stones in different areas. The rest of the buildings, I would expect to be a bit more on the poor side, a bit more, still very organic, but also a bit more square. And the only buildings I think that would be in here would be completely stone buildings. So I'm thinking about having something that would be mostly wood, get rid of some of the stone here, have mostly wood buildings that are of that same shape and that same style, all the way around the building, right, as like a city almost, and then have a few buildings, just a few, that were completely made of stone, that would be like a castle-like building or more of a larger structure. So a few large structures to go along with this mainly, maybe even on the other side as well. And the rest of them would be mostly these kinds of small houses, and I would need to make many of them so I could copy and paste them around the entire building. I really like that idea currently because I need to be able to build this very quickly. I don't know if because I'm recording it using replay mod. If I ever leave the server, I have to edit a second clip. So every single time I leave the server matters a lot. So I need to stay on the server for as long as possible and to build as efficiently as possible. Now right now it's 9:14 for me, and I don't really have a whole lot of time to build the rest of this building. So I really need to be able to get the whole entire build done as quickly as possible tomorrow. If I can't get it done tonight, then I have to get it all done tomorrow. In order to do that, let's just make plans for what I will do. And once I get all those done, if I have time, I will finish, or I will start on it tonight. If I don't have time, then I'll have to finish it tomorrow. But I think it would be better to get all the plans done first and then move on, rather than floundering tomorrow. So I think that is the plan. This music's too hype. 1 second. Keep going. Oh, there we go. Okay. Refresh the page. Okay, we're all good now. I'll copy this one and sort of see what it looks like after I do those adjustments I mentioned. I'll probably check my Discord server in a minute too, because I have no idea if anyone joined or said anything. Just give me a second. Yep, someone joined. There you go. Let me welcome them. Oh wow, a bunch of people were in here. There we go. I had to wave to everybody. Ooh, see, somebody's been building. There we go. Okay, we're all caught back up. And I do try to answer every single question and everything that is done on the Discord server. So if you have any questions or you want to ask anything or whatever, just go to the Discord server. Or comments. I try to answer every comment, but YouTube doesn't show me every comment for some reason. I would prefer comments because YouTube, it does help the YouTube channel, but yeah, just do both. Just comment your question and then go to the Discord server. Then ask it there to actually get an answer. There you go. That'd be the real way of getting it done. There we go. I had an idea the other day, if anyone's still here. I had an idea because I recently got $100 from YouTube ad revenue recently. I haven't actually even cashed it yet. I don't even have the money, but it is in the AdSense account. And what I'm wanting to do with it is I want to do a video using it. I'm not entirely sure what yet. The idea, though. Okay, well, the main idea. Let me rephrase the entire thing. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it, if anything at all. But what I do want to do is do a video like what I've seen some other people doing. I saw some people online, relatively recently, do some videos where professional speedrunner, for example, asks for a speedrun coach on Fiverr, or for example, professional what was the other one? Professional Call of Duty player hires a coach, right, from Fiverr. And whenever I watched it, I thought it was surprisingly very entertaining. I liked it a lot, and I thought this should be a really cool video for to do that in Minecraft, especially being a professional Minecraft builder like myself, and especially knowing as many tools as I do, because there's a lot of people that don't that know tools. But I actually do know tools relatively well, so I think it'd be pretty interesting to see how surprised someone would be. But at the same time, I like the video idea. I think it's pretty cool. I would support the person who did the thing, right? Who I hired on Fiverr, because like obviously I'm gonna pay them for what they're doing. And one of the coolest parts is that's one of, yeah, anyway, that's one of the coolest parts is just the whole idea. I don't know what I was trying to say there. But anyway. So the problem I see with it is almost all the people that I've watched online are how do I put it? Like relatively famous, like they're quite famous, and I'm not entirely sure if the reason it's entertaining is because it's so sketchy, because someone could recognize them at any time, or if it's just entertaining because just the fact that you know something that the other guy doesn't know, right? Like the protagonist is basically the not the protagonist, the yeah, actually, yeah, the protagonist is basically the guy on Fiverr. So you're sort of rooting for him to figure out who you are, which I find to be sort of an entertaining idea, right? Like you sort of want the guy on Fiverr to figure out who you are, and I thought it was, but or not. Anyway, to at least recognize you afterward, because that's part of the entertainment factor. Is they're like, oh, I didn't even recognize it was you, basically, right? Like that's the one of the more entertaining parts of those kinds of videos. I thought it would. So I'm not necessarily sure if I should do the video because I feel like it's not something that is like would work very well for Minecraft building, because I feel like Minecraft builders don't keep track of other Minecraft builders nearly as much. So it wouldn't have as much tension for them figuring out who I am, but it would still have the tension of them trying to figure out, not necessarily trying to figure it out, but to see if they do figure out that I'm already really good at building, right? Like that's part of the charm of the video. But I also feel like it's slightly rude. I don't know. Like the whole video idea is both like really good, but also feels sort of cringy. I've liked the idea for a very, very long time. Like ever since I first saw the videos come out like years ago. Thought it was a really good idea for like a Minecraft video, but it's also just so cringy. I don't really know if I necessarily like the idea, especially for the vibe of my channel. I don't know. I could try it and see how it goes, because like, you know, whatever. And there's still a chance it could recognize me. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, actually, yeah, two of my viewers earlier, if you guys weren't here, Gorilla and Lact, they were, they keep running into each other on different people's live streams. They just randomly meet each other on just random people's live streams. And the reason why is they follow the same people. Even though they don't try to, they just do, because they're interested in the same subject. So there is definitely a chance that a random guy on the internet from Fiverr might recognize me. So I guess there is still some sort of tension that they might figure out who I am and like cut the video short. But I don't know. It sounds like a cool idea, like I said, but it's also just something that feels a little bit weird to do. I'd like to see what you guys think about the video idea. Like I said, it's good. It's also just bad at the same time. If that makes any sense at all. Would be interesting though. Okay. Here we go. Uh, do, do, do. Should have started this music a long time ago. I forgot how many good songs I've downloaded from YouTube Music. This is all from YouTube Music, by the way, as well. All of it's completely free because I spend way too much time looking for music on YouTube Music. I mean, I went through all the music for hours, literally hours, and I've done this multiple times because I like having good music on my YouTube channel. So I do literally take time to go through as many videos as I can to find the best music possible for the videos. Sometimes I do have some weird songs in there, but still, the point's still the same, right? Like I do work hard on getting good music for the channel. Probably a little bit too hard. I go through so many songs. Okay, so this is the idea basically. We have buildings are more like this. I'd probably make them a little bit taller, maybe another building on the side of it or something like that. Um, there you go. I do like this one better than this one though. So I do like this idea. Have this around the building over there. Maybe change the roof. Have some other kinds of buildings. I do need to have some stone buildings. Just don't know what they're going to be doing yet exactly. Of course, the that shaped building. Get a good look at what's going on real quick. So this is the tree here before I stuck it in the ground. Got all this. Okay. Hmm. I do need to touch up the top of this, but actually no, I don't need to touch up the top of that now that I think about it. I would if this was actually like a proper build. I mean, I might make this more diagonal, because how many people perfectly cut down a tree? Um, at least a little bit. But I don't need to touch up the top because I'm going to be rendering it for a time-lapse video. Like, no one should actually look on top. I mean, I still might do it if I give it up for download. I might make it downloadable and put it on like Planet Minecraft or something. I don't know yet. Um, okay, yeah, these buildings should do fine though. I feel like these buildings. After I've been live streaming for so long, I don't think YouTube is recommending it anymore. That's fine. So probably won't be a lot of other people coming in, probably. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, like my stream chat is not showing what you guys are saying. Okay, that's really annoying. Okay, let me catch up on what you guys said real quick. It's not showing me what you guys said. That's so annoying. Can I like refresh it? Oh, that's so sad. I have not seen anything you guys have said this whole time. Okay. Um, okay, yeah, so I was going to stream parts of the castle build when I finished the terrain for it. Okay, so the terrain you're building, which we looked at earlier. Um, oh, you just have the same music for every video. Yeah, I work really hard on the music, like I mentioned. I went through so many. I could give you the list, actually. I should post the list on, like, somewhere, like on the Discord server or something. Um, yeah, Night Runaway. Okay. Um, go. Stone Monument, like Stonehenge or something. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. Ernst Raw was a little bit like a monument as well. Um, yeah, stylus double tasks everything. um, you stopped building to watch the stream. That's actually sort of surprising. Okay, now let's see if it's updated. Yes, it's updated. Thank goodness. Okay, there you go. Now I can put this back. Um, actually, so I can double check. Oops. So I can double check. I'm gonna type in chat real quick and see if I can see my message quickly. Test. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, about 4-second delay. That's not bad. Okay. Something else I was thinking, sort of along the lines of the stone monument, is I could add another 3D model. I could very easily just go to Sketchfab and find something else that'd be interesting to do. Um, so there's plenty of different objects I could do. Um, not sure yet. There's a lot of photo scans for sure. I could put another, not another. I could put a skull somewhere, but I'm not sure if that's going to actually be very good. There's so many different things I could do. It's sort of stressful figuring out so quickly. Time-lapse videos stress me out, yeah. They really do. It's a longer delay for normal chat. It's like 20 seconds. Okay, yeah, because you can see... Okay, yeah, you do see the chat. Okay, yeah. That makes sense, because the delay of the, my stream delay is like 20 seconds. If that makes sense. Well, not 20, it's like 17, probably. If that's what you're talking about. Um... Okay. I'm a little hungry at the moment. I need to go eat something at some point. I think I will do these houses. These houses are good enough. Yeah, that's probably I'm gonna have to settle with. The other houses I already have planned. I know what they're gonna look like, and I think they will look good. The only other thing I need, what else do I need? Of course, trees. We'll make a list. But actually here, I need to go back to display capture, because we're making a list of everything I need to do. Um, okay. Uh, and here we go. So, trees, of course. Um, wood houses, Wookiee platforms. I don't know what else I call them, so I'm calling them Wookiee platforms. Let's see. So we have those two. I'm thinking some rocks would be sort of cool. I mean, of course, like a river would also be a good idea. So I think I'll do like a river going through here. I do like the idea of a river going through there. Probably towards the edge. I could put something related to the river. Because I've had a river planned here for a while. So some, or even multiple mini rivers leading up to this main river. Okay, so rivers. Oh wait, sorry. Not tributaries. Forgot what it's called. We'll just call it rivers. I forgot what it's called when you have a smaller river going into a bigger river for some reason. I normally know that like the back of my hand. It's like one of my favorite words. I'm just way too out of it right now. Okay. Hmm. Something airy. It trip. Yeah, I know what it is. I have it in my head. I just can't say it for some reason right now. Anyway, that's what happens when you stream for too long. Words become mush. Okay, so we got the rivers. That's all that matters, actually. Then next, we need... Okay, we got trees. Yeah, tributary. For some reason when I was spelling it, tributary. Tributary. I was gonna spell it tributary. Anyway, yeah, so we have tributary. Yeah, that's when a small river goes into a bigger river. Okay, there we go. And probably some bridges as well. Then, so bridges. Hmm. Because there will be like a bridge or two over the river, even though no one will probably ever see it. That doesn't matter. Let's see here. These things here, there's going to be pathways between them. What I think would be sort of interesting is having a pathway across this here to another building on the other side. So maybe get some gold and sort of mark that out. What I'm needing. So the building's going to be sort of here-ish. I don't really know. Somewhere over there. So there's going to be a building over there. So you have to take a bridge from like here across this somehow, up over into here, and you'll have the building somewhere over there. The same concept of a wizard's tower. I'm sort of designing it slightly like a castle because I know way more about castles than I do about just about any other kind of architecture, except for maybe modern. I've done a lot of research on modern. I just don't build it very often because it's basically it's extremely difficult to do in Minecraft because typically modern buildings focus a lot on how light is affected by your environment. And a lot of it is about environment. At least like really proper modern architecture is about the environment and the lighting and how light bounces and plays off of the materials. But inside of Minecraft, there's almost no lighting, there's no play of light. Light doesn't do anything, it's literally just bland. So modern architecture tends to look really, really bad in Minecraft because it's not doing its purpose. It doesn't have a purpose. It's unable to fulfill its purpose because there's no such thing as lighting. And if you were to do that, you'd have to plan out your build for a render. And because that's the only way to really get that kind of lighting in your scene, to have the light play around in the scene. So you can sort of see that with sort of caustic rendering and that kind of stuff. Most people probably don't know what caustic rendering is, but basically it's a very fancy form of light. It's the same light that happens whenever you have a cup of water, and or if there's a pool and light shines through into a pool. That's that kind of effect. So the light sort of bends and creates really interesting lighting effects. Um, yeah, it will look better with shaders, but actually, no, I won't show it off. I won't show it off. Yeah, I'll show it. So what I'm talking about, specifically, If we go to, I don't know what I'm going to get when I look at modern architecture, and we'll have to see. We might get something that's completely wrong to what I'm talking about, because modern architecture is a very broad topic, um, and I think I'm not showing the whole screen. I might be, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, good. I am showing the whole screen. Okay, there we go. So if we check out one of these buildings real quick, for example, even this building is metallic for a reason. They want the reflections of the light, right? It's about the reflective materials and how the curvature and the reflections bounce off of it. If we go to some other ones, um, even something like this one, the materials are very paramount and the way that the light comes in. That's why there's so many windows in modern houses. They want the light to come in. But you'll also notice that many modern houses don't have windows on specific sides of the house because they want light at a specific time of day and no light at other times of day. So material and lighting is very, very, very important in the entire way that it's done. That's why there's almost no um, fluff, because the light should come in the way that it should be coming in. So it's not necessarily about a detailing, it's about how the light bounces around in the environment. Um, and a lot of that's based off of materials. So if I actually go to LuxCore Render, I know they have some modern rendering, and you'll sort of see the beauty in it with this way. Because with rendering, you're really focusing on a specific thing, more or less. So in this rendering engine, there's some people who do some modern architecture kind of stuff. Here's a good example of caustics right here. So, which is taking forever to load, but anyway, if you can sort of see it there, it's the bright patterns. Hopefully you can see it. Anyway, we'll move on. So a good example, if my internet could load the page. Okay, there we go. It's loading in a lot more. Um, this one sort of counts, but you can't really see it. It's sort of like this. This is not even technically modern architecture, and it's not able to load it. Thanks. I'm not able to load most of these images for some reason. And this is not a good example. Here's a better example. The caustics on the ground, for example. It's literally the only reason that this is designed is specifically for the caustics on the ground. And I do know that this is, of course, fake, but the point stands. Like, the modern design is about the lighting, if that makes any sense. And, like, there's no such thing as, like, proper caustics in Minecraft rendering, hardly at all. Even if you use Blender, very few people use caustics in when they're rendering, because it's too costly. But for modern, it's almost not necessarily required, but it's very helpful if you have caustics. You can sort of see it in that image there. So even with the pool and everything else, like, they all line up in a way that's like very, very nice. Me actually get this lined up. Ah, can't get it. Okay. Okay, that's better. So yeah, basically, there's certain things in modern design that are so inevitably about light at even just certain times of day. Like, if it's a certain time of day, light should come in, but when it's a different time of day, light should not come in, right? Like, they're so well designed around the lighting and around the environment. That's why I like modern. But for Minecraft, trying to do modern is extremely difficult, because how do you plan how light is going to enter your house at different times of day? Right? It's almost impossible unless you're using something like shaders, and I prefer not to use shaders. And even when I'm rendering something that is, modern, it's still really difficult. I touch up the materials and I do a whole bunch of other stuff just to get to look to to be realistic to what modern is, trying to do. Um, so I do really like modern. It's just in Minecraft, it's almost useless. The only kind of modern you can really do is the kind of modern that has ridiculous looking buildings, right? That are like all about shape and not about light at all. But at that point, I'm just thinking, like, is it really, like, I could do that kind of modern, but those kind of modern buildings get made fun of because they're literally just so strange, and especially for Minecraft, they're very much overused. And like all the other kinds of modern buildings, they're either stereotypical and definitely not modern, or they're like some overdone, very cringy version of modern, because they can't necessarily do the modern that is based off of lighting, which is the more popular one. At least in real life, it's more popular to do that version. So like modern is something that's like bittersweet to me. I would love to do some more modern buildings, but it's also something that I don't necessarily think works very well for Minecraft. Like Minecraft is so leans towards medieval and some other stuff like that. I think it's fine for cities because a city you can do based off the shape, right? So that's a little different if talking about cities, and I can't see what you guys are saying. 1 second, I forgot. There we go. So like city design, I think is a little bit different than necessarily modern design. Like modern design is about lighting, but a city design is about shape. So I should probably build more cities, and I do build cities every once in a while. Um, but then cities take a long time, so that's a little bit of an exception. Or maybe even a street of buildings I design together. I don't design each building separately, I design the street as a whole, for example. So even if I do, let's say, contemporary buildings that are not necessarily modern, but more suburban, I still design houses together because it's not about the houses separately, because those kinds of houses are sort of lifeless, if that makes sense. So I like designing them together so I get the shape of the street in a really interesting way. Um, yeah, exactly. That's a very common thing to do is to force lighting by doing stuff like that, and that's exactly what I did here with this stuff. With the texturing that I've done. Most of it's just to get a lighting effect. It's one of those techniques I think that's like slightly. It's just so useful. Like it's just one of the more useful building techniques is just adding fake lighting in by texturing. It's used with miniatures a lot. If you ever watched any people paint miniatures, then you'll notice they do that same exact thing a lot, a lot, a lot. It's pretty much how they do everything. Is with the in miniatures. They don't necessarily light it, even though they have a physical object. They don't even light it. They paint the lighting onto the miniature, or at least they exaggerate the lighting onto the miniature, which I find like so interesting. And it's something that I wish you could do better in Minecraft building, but it's just like almost impossible unless you're doing a massive build where you can really get the lighting effects a lot better. Um, I mean, maybe with the blip, because technically you can bake lighting using Blender onto the texture. And when you import it in, if you import it in with a texture, which is not available currently, and it won't be available for a little bit, um, you would be able to have a lighting effect very easily on your terrain and trees and other stuff, which would be like really cool, of course. But I don't know necessarily when I'm going to get to work on that feature. Technically, I already have the feature done. It's just not fully working yet, if that makes sense. Like I have a beta version of it done, but the beta version is bad. We'll just leave it at that. Well, it's not bad. The way I'm converting 3D models is bad, but I'm doing it because it's more efficient, and I'll have to figure out a better way later, um, which can do textures. Because currently the way I'm doing it does not work for textures, but it's fine because you don't necessarily need textures most of the time when you're building large-scale organics. You want to do the textures yourself because automatic textures are almost never as good as what you can do yourself. So I don't necessarily see that as too much of a bad thing to have automatic to not have automatic textures, because for the majority of professional Minecraft builders, just people who care about Minecraft building, they won't want automatic textures anyway, because it wouldn't really help them that much, like either way. So luckily, I don't need to focus on it for a while, but that's something I probably do need to focus on, and how to do it efficiently, especially because it'd be really awesome to be able to get that kind of effect for something like um, a Pocket Edition, which I don't necessarily know how far I'll go with Pocket Edition, but it'll be pretty cool. But anyway, back to the modern. That's anyway with the modern. That's one reason why I'll do futuristic more often, is I don't have to worry about lighting. I can focus on shape more, because futuristic is the medieval of modern. If that makes any sense. Futuristic buildings are designed like medieval castles. You'll also see that with Star Wars. The Star Wars castles and different structures in Star Wars were designed after historical buildings. For example, why am I thinking of the Burj Khalifa? That's definitely not it. They're designed after uh, it's a Turkish church I'm thinking of. I just cannot think of it. Um, There we go. This building. The Hagia Sophia. The Hagia Sophia is a building that's very similar to many buildings built, not built, but that were designed specifically for Star Wars, if you recognize it. This was in quite a few Star Wars films, or this design of building was in quite a few Star Wars films, just exaggerated even further. So most futuristic buildings are literally just ancient architecture made fancy. Um, so that's one reason I like futuristic, because I get to way more variety. I get to practice ancient stuff as well as storytelling and a bunch of really other like more interesting topics for me personally. With futuristic, it's just more satisfying for me than modern, and I still get to use quite a few of the more modern techniques that I would typically be able to do, like really advanced roads. Roads are fun to build in my opinion, so I get to do that with futuristic a bit more than with I normally would be able to in something like medieval. So I get like the best of both worlds, medieval and modern combined, futuristic. So that's really nice. Really gotta stop terraforming this tree. This is too much. I will not be able to finish if I keep terraforming the tree, or sculpting it, or whatever you want to call it. I literally won't have enough time. I really gotta stop. I only need to do it in parts that are like at least decently important, like here. But even then, I need to get the buildings on it first, because the buildings might cover up a lot of mistakes, so... Of course, that typically isn't true. Typically, the buildings will exaggerate mistakes, but whatever. Well, not typically. It's sort of weird. It depends. Buildings can exaggerate mistakes in your landscaping if you're not careful. And the tree is sort of a landscape in many ways, in this case. And I don't know if I'm necessarily getting what you're saying, because I feel like... Okay, good. I thought I had missed a couple things. There we go. Okay, we're good. I've been building for about 3 hours. It's not horrible. I mean, 4 hours. It's not horrible. Hmm. Yeah, that's really not that bad. Normally I'd build for more like 8 hours, but I got started late today. So I should be able to finish tomorrow. We'll have to see. Have to see. Well, I've been saying a lot, so I've made up for both of us. Here we go. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to plan what I was doing. I forgot what I was doing. So we have the rivers. Is there anything else in the plan? I got the trees. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Some water would be a good idea. I think the river should go into a pond or a lake. The pond slash lake is another thing I could add. I feel like this is such a cool area, but I'm sort of wasting it because there's nothing I can really do with it because of how I've designed it. If this was one giant house, then I definitely could design it with this as a door. I was wanting this to be a door to like a large house, but with the landscaping around it, I feel like it's so weird to have that kind of thing. And I like what I'm doing currently anyway. But I did think this would be a really cool building of sorts. Maybe I could have it be a building somehow, or some sort of storage container or something. Maybe instead of this being dirt, it could be something, um, seed or something. Um, yeah, like a terraced ponds or something else. Maybe this is for water storage. Yeah, so tree purpose. Uh, water storage, seed storage. I like the idea of it being for storage. I mean, it's sort of like Tinkerbell, um, where the giant tree stored or produced fairy dust. It's sort of that same sort of concept where the people that would live here are sort of dependent on the tree for some reason. So I do like the idea of it having containing water, um, or food, or maybe it just being a special place like a temple, right? Um, so a temple is another option. So that's another decent idea we got going on. It could be both. It could be a water temple, for goodness sake, right? It could be a combination. Um, yeah, there's plenty of room on the inside as well, which is really nice. Um, oh, good. Oh, lighting updates. That's why I was lagging earlier. Okay, I need to do some more texturing on the tree, but right now I think this is fine. Yeah, a bunch of different houses. I need to do some pathways as well. Now that I think about it. Ah, I got an idea. This will be a shopping area as well. Um, maybe. I'll leave it here just in case something, just in case it could be really good. I don't know yet. Ah, lag spike. Yeah, my ping is really bad. There you go. This will be decent enough. The only thing I need to do is like make these a little bit taller. Maybe like one more, just one more. Okay. And make this go down one. Um, I have no idea. I would probably say so, because there's less community-based stuff now, in general. I do find it strange that people would steal stuff because it was such a big no-no for such a long time. that it's like ingrained in my brain, for example, never even to practically get inspiration off of someone's build. Um, and I know that, for example, there was a legitimate Minecraft build that was not allowed, that was disqualified, a legitimate Minecraft build that was disqualified from Planet Minecraft's competition because there's speculation on whether or not he actually did it or not. And the reason why is because he used other people's builds in his thumbnails on his YouTube channel. And no one could trust his build, right? No one could tell, like, did he actually build this? Like, if he's fine with posting using other people's builds for clickbait, wouldn't he be fine stealing someone's build for this build competition as well, right? So no one trusted his thumbnails, and no one trusted his build because of it. The reason I know about it is because I didn't trust his build, and I was the Planet Minecraft judge. So it's one of those things I know that I'm very strict on, and I know that the other Minecraft judges were on board with it as well. So it wasn't just me who was very particular about it. It was quite a few of the other Minecraft judges as well. Because how can you trust it when all of their thumbnails are the exact or some other people's builds? In fact, it was one of the judges' builds as well. Was in his thumbnail. Like he had a thumbnail on one of his on his YouTube channel. So it's a big deal. Like it is a big deal. People don't necessarily realize it's a big deal until they get in trouble for it. But it is actually a big deal. But yeah, like you said, it's something that's happening, and like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do, right? Like, if someone steals your build, yeah, it's theft. Yeah, you could sue them, but you're not going to, right? That's where the problem with trying to do that. The only way you could sue someone is if you actually had the money to do it, and it's just Minecraft builders don't have that kind of money. I mean, you could try doing a, content ID content thing, like if they posted it on YouTube, for example, because I could claim if someone stole my build or something like that, I could claim it on the YouTube thing. YouTube would let me claim it, um, but that's still also a bit of a pain as well. But yeah, I don't know if it's. I guess it would be getting worse. I just make it where people can't download my builds, so then they'd have to use an image. And if they just use an image, they're not going to do too much with it. So I don't really. So I haven't had to worry about it. Though I should put signatures on my builds. I should actually do that, like on my thumbnails and stuff. Not my thumbnails, my renders. I should have things for that, but at the same time, if someone steals my renders, right, and says that it's their own, the reason the people that I sell the renders to know me for my renders, right? They know my renders. So for me, if I do any sort of renders or any sort of builds where I'm rendering something, if someone steals it, I'm not going to lose income, if that makes sense. So yeah. There's also another example. What about Skyblock? Yes, I am playing devil's advocate with the Skyblock example. Um, it's sort of a two-way street, but also Aethermod is a big component of a stolen Minecraft build. But there's way worse on Marketplace. There are way worse. If we go check that out, there are things that people could actually be sued for in there, like completely. Like not even just a mod from Minecraft, right? Like legitimately something from a real life movie or TV show just directly ripped and put into Minecraft. Um, and they're still not getting sued for that, which I find ridiculously surprising. Hopefully, we'll actually end up back in Minecraft and not be kicked out of the game. Because if I'm kicked out of the game, I'm gonna have to stop. Okay, well, we're not kicked out. And I just realized I entered the wrong one. Okay. I just realized this song is used inside of a video game. Uh, I think there's even like Naruto stuff in there and different things from different animes or other stuff like that. Movies, TV shows, video games, all completely without permission. I know that there's a lot of YouTubers that do something sort of not similar though. So YouTubers found a way. This is only slightly related. YouTubers found a way of getting around the content ID system for copyright strikes on music. The trick is to play music from a game, because if you're playing music from a game, YouTube won't know if you're in the game playing it, or if you're playing the song without permission. Right? If you're playing the game, you can't stop necessarily the song from being played. So content ID almost never works for games that have not never, but it typically doesn't work for games. Um, they also don't typically content ID music from games. They just sort of forget to, but not just forget to. Typically, if they did, they would remove all the YouTube videos about their game from YouTube. So to prevent that from happening, not prevent that from, but anyway, so YouTubers use that to their advantage, and they play like Celeste music on their channels or Mario music. So you'll notice that even channels, for example, like Virtual, which is a Trackmania YouTube channel, which does videos on a racing game, an arcade racing game called Trackmania. Whenever he does his videos, if anyone's ever watched it, you will notice that he plays Mario music in the background, even something like Super Mario Galaxy, and he'll play that music even though it's a Trackmania game. It's speedrunning, and Mario is typically a game that has a lot of speedrunning history, but still he's not actually playing the game. And you'll even see that with a lot of other content creators. They'll use the Mario music not just for the gameplay of, let's say, Mario, but if they play a Zelda game as well, or really any other game, or if they play Mario, they'll use Zelda music or music from other games as well. It just it makes it so much easier because you don't have to worry about it typically, because um, if they content ID'd it, then they might accidentally start content IDing like all sorts of other stuff. So they just typically leave it alone, which is sort of surprising. And they also typically don't care about it because as much, because they didn't make the music to be listened to on its own. They made the music to play with the game itself. So you can get away with it a lot. And now that I've pointed it out, you might start remembering, or you might start noticing it a lot in a lot of YouTube channels that are not even related to Mario or Zelda or anything like that at all, or just video games in general. Like vlog channels will use Mario music. That's when you know you got good game music. People use it for YouTube videos. Um, there we go. I haven't done any blend ball or smoothing on this section yet, or by hand. I'll probably have to do that at some point, but I don't really want to do it right now. The original 3D model, I had to fix up here, because if we fly over to the original, it was too tall on that side, and I had to fix it. So there's a lot of messed up stuff on this side here, um, which is that side. I also need to do it with spruce wood as well. leave a little bit. Fine. Have a good day, Ernst the Writer. Hope to catch you in some other time as well. It's probably a good thing he left. He's legitimately been in this stream for like multiple hours. If you guys are literally just watching me for multiple hours, do some Minecraft building, do something else. You don't have to watch me for that long. Just have a chill time. It's fine. If you're just listening to me though, that's also fine. But that's a long time to be watching. Not judging him or anything. I'm just saying like that's a long time. You guys can take a break down to watch. I don't care. It's all good. Of course, if you're just listening to me in the background, that's also like a really good idea. Helps support the channel. Gets me a view and a bunch of watch time. So I definitely do appreciate any of you that do watch for long periods of time. Just leave it on in the background. If you need to go or do something, because obviously life happens. It's all good. Or if you want to go watch someone else, there you go. Just leave it on in the background. Here's a tip. Here's a tip. If you want to make it even better, put the speed on 0.5. If you go and leave and do something. Number one, because you'll miss less. Number two, because it'll make your view twice as potent, or I guess 0.25. So if you want to, so that makes it where YouTube thinks you're watching a video like twice or 4 times as hard, which is like really interesting. Or not necessarily as hard, but as much. So 1 minute of content when you're in 0.25 speed, it counts it as 4 minutes if you're on 0.25 speed, or 2 minutes if you're on 0.5 speed. Which is extremely useful to know, because if you want to help someone else's video, it's a way of doing it. I know that because someone I'm subscribed to, Spiffing Brit, did a attempt. He made a broken video where he played the video on half speed. He played the video twice as fast. He recorded the video twice as fast, or sped it. Yeah, he sped it up where it was twice the speed. Then he had the viewers watched it at 0.5 speed to see what he was saying. And while he was explaining it, he realized, oh, yeah, it's really interesting anyway. To say the least, it makes it where you watch the video for twice as long for half the time. So YouTube gets very confused. So it ends up doing really, really well. Hello, Bedrock Builders. Welcome to the live stream. Nice to see people are hopping in still getting the notification. Actually, that's a good question. How did you see the stream? I'm sort of interested. Some other people mentioned that they've got a notification and they just joined from the notification. How did you find the stream? I hope you can hear the music. Otherwise, me humming is probably extremely obnoxious. It's probably obnoxious anyway, but you guys get over it. It's 10 o'clock at night, and I've been building for 5 hours. I think I have a right to go a little bit crazy. Okay, it's fine. I'm allowed to be a lunatic. It's a free country. Free is in liberty, not as anyway. Oh, you saw new subscriptions. People actually, yeah, I did. I forget that people actually use subscriptions. I know that a lot of people don't use subscriptions, and I don't use it nearly as much. I recently switched to using the subscription tab instead of the home tab, because the home tab was not getting me what I subscribed to. Like, normally it would get me the videos that I wanted, and it worked great. It would like suggest videos from like literally years ago from the people I'm subscribed to, which was awesome. But then it just doesn't work very well when you actually want to watch videos that YouTube doesn't think you'll want to watch, like programming videos. For some reason, they don't think I'll want to watch programming videos, which is a little bit ridiculous considering I'll watch a 100-hour programming video. But That's whatever. Do do do. Oh yeah, can you hear the music? Cause I'm jamming out a little bit while building. Perfect fine. If you can't, then you just have to listen to my lovely voice, which is probably fine. Probably can't hear. I hope you can. I hope I have it down far enough. Let's see. Um. Okay. 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 So you're talking about Blip, correct? Okay. Good. You can't hear the music. So if you're talking about Blip, which is what I'm assuming that you are talking about, I will show you sort of what that looks like in Blender in a second. I'm just going to wireframe something out real quick. Um, I- okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll get to that in a second. Give me a minute. Trying to. Yep, there we go. Uh, okay. And okay, we're done now. Okay. At least done with this wireframing, which will be good. Okay, so with Blip, to go and recap everything I've said previously, um, I did use I did this tree using Blip as well, by the way, and talking about specifically mentioning Blip, it is compatible with Blender. Now, you've actually been following it a lot longer than I feel like a lot of other people have. So originally it was just a command line program, but to do something like what I did here, it's literally just this, right? So I have a menu over here, and I can select MC function or schematic 1.12.2. I do plan on expanding the schematics. What this lets me do is select the material that I want and the material type. So material type is like the rotation of wood, for example, or different kinds of stone, such as granite. So granite, I think, is like 1, and normal stone is 0. So if I wanted like stone, it would be 1, 0. If I wanted something like granite, it'd be 1, 1. And all I got to do is press the select what I want and press export, and it'll export it to the folder that the project is saved in, and it's all good. Now, currently, I'm using a glitched version. I ran into a couple issues because of I'm trying to get it working on installation. So I'm trying to make it where I have an installer that lets it where when you download the installer, you install it and it should almost immediately work. All you'll need to do is download the extension for Blender. Um, yeah. Okay. So I'm reading your message right now. Um, yeah, exactly. This should be extremely helpful for building a lot quicker. So far, this is what I've built in the past 4 hours while streaming and being surprisingly ridiculously distracted. Um, so I built this in about 4 to 5 hours. All pretty much everything. Yeah, I did the terrain using World Creator, and then the tree is a model from Sketchfab. This is the model of the tree that I used. Um, Also, you can apply for the beta program so you can get early access to it if you want to in the Discord server. Which, if you don't know about the Discord server, just tell me. I will send you the link in the chat. And it's in info, I think. I don't really have it set up very well at the moment, the whole thing. And it's an application through the Google Forums. Also, if you're not in the Discord server, it's just a good place to keep track with what I'm doing as well, which is really nice. Um, Yes, I will be doing a full-length tutorial before the program is out. Number one, because people should be able to get familiar with it from the video before I release it. Also, if I do a extended beta where more people are allowed to use the program, because currently I'm helping out every single individual that does the program early myself. So I'm having to do a lot of a lot of work to show people how to do it because I want to make sure they know how to do it, see what they have trouble with, see what I can help with, and see what I'll need to talk about in the tutorial video. So currently it's a lot of work. But yeah, I will be posting a tutorial video on the subject extremely, like it should be very soon. I don't necessarily know when, but I will be posting it before I actually release it so that if I do an extended beta where I don't help everyone out individually, then they'll be able to watch the tutorial to get ideas. So yeah, this will be pretty cool once it's all um, fleshed out. Um, but yeah, like literally, the tutorial should be pretty short because this is basically all you got to do. You click export, you wait a second, and it's just a relatively large build, and has double the amount of blocks of what it should have because I had to to double the blocks anyway. Um, and this is and that's how long it took to export it. Basically, what I just showed you. So it's literally like a second or two, and not a second or two. It's a few seconds, and it's pretty much completely in Minecraft. And this is what I did with it. This was 19.0 as the block number for Sponge. So yeah, it's going to be very easy to use. Like the original video I did showing how it is used, the reason why I've been very cryptic is because I know that there's a lot of people that are sort of nefarious. Like we mentioned in the chat earlier that people have been stealing builds probably more than they used to. And I sort of feel the same way, and it makes me nervous, like talking about the tool and how it works. So my original videos were sort of cryptic, just to give people an idea of how it works, not necessarily show how it works. I don't remember what I was trying to show. I was about to go to a website. Okay, yeah, Sketchfab. Um, so if you actually look up Minecraft schematic, um, the reason why I'm doing this is very intriguing. Very intriguing. What you'll notice here is that there's a guy on here that has been spam posting. It's called I Know Stupid. This guy right here has been spam posting Minecraft builds for a long time, for about 3 years, and he is not building these at all. These are generated from 3D models. So people have already been doing this for a while. The thing is that people haven't been releasing it, and if they do have it, they typically don't make it very usable. I want to make mine usable and even better than what they've already done. So it's sort of a combination of everything that everyone else has already done combined. That's sort of what I want to do. Hello, Sunchaser. Welcome to the video. We're talking about Blip currently. If you don't know what that is, it allows you to do what this guy's doing here. This is not mine, by the way, but it allows you to do what this guy is doing here. So you're able to take a 3D model from Sketchfab, for example, such as this chestnut tree, and you're able to export it into Minecraft in a very short amount of time using Blender. Well, not using Blender, using my program that I've hooked up into Blender for usability purposes. But anyway, so hopefully that makes sense to both you and Bedrock Builder. Yeah, so that's yeah. My program will be free. Hopefully, my program will be free. The only thing people will have to pay for is the latest updates. I'm going to have, what my plan is, depending on if I can get it to work, is I want to have a website such as Patreon or something like that, where you can go to it, right? You go to Patreon or whatever, right? And you can subscribe to Patreon to get the latest version of Blip. However, I don't want that to be the only version. So it will be free. There should always be a free version. But I'm not sure how well that will go. I do want to also make it open source so people can modify it and do some really cool stuff with it. But like I said, it's so nerve-wracking because someone could very easily steal what I've done and take all the work that I've done and try selling it or do something really dumb with it. And I want to expand it and make it better and do some ridiculous things with it, but it's going to take time, it's going to take money. I don't have the money to develop it right now, so that's what I'm working on currently, is how can I earn money using YouTube or Marketplace to earn the money to be able to develop this tool. And if I can't make it where the tool it can earn money on its own, then I'll have to waste a ton of time earning money and only being able to do it in my spare time, which will be which makes it so much more difficult. And if we actually go and check out my Discord server, I actually have a list of features, so I'll sort of mention what some of these features are. So I want to have and yes, definitely quality as well. That's something I've been working on for months. That's one reason why it's taken me so long. I already have my own website, but it's not hooked up for Blip yet because it was originally made for my website, so I need to modify it where it will be for my website as well as Blip. So I've been working on that for months, but I've had distractions because of a education edition map, as well as marketplace, as well as doing YouTube videos, as well as doing Blip. So I haven't had time to actually update the website recently. Um, but I do have a website, and I also have a domain, and I also have a company. So I have it all, pretty much everything set up. It just takes a long time. Um, so yeah, the features, of course, quality takes so much time, and especially with some of the stuff I want to add, I need to focus on quality right now. Because if I don't focus on quality now, everything will go really bad later on. So some of the features I want to do is full schematic compatibility. There's multiple different schematic versions. So if you want to convert, let's say this tree, like what I did here, let me zoom out, because I think some new people just popped in. So if I want to convert, that tree from the post, this tree from the thing, and I want to do it on different versions, I have to make every single one of those separately. I am not completely set up with a marketplace just yet, if that makes sense. I typically publish through other people currently, if that makes sense. So I need to with the features, I'll go through it quickly because I think I'll take way too long if I explain everything. Full schematic capability, so it works for multiple versions of Java. Full Bedrock compatibility. That's hard to explain because Bedrock is very janky. I want to make an Android version, I don't know if I will. And terrain tools such as erosion simulation, scripting and other scripting utilities, stop motion animation, full texture support, Java to Bedrock conversion, and Bedrock to Java conversion. But I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Makes sense, yeah. That's good. Here we go. So the marketplace name I will have when I do get on marketplace is Magala. I'm not sure if I want to be on marketplace though, because if I work for marketplace, Minecraft might have me under an NDA, and some of the stuff that I want to do to Minecraft to make Minecraft easier to build in might break Minecraft's NDA. Like, some of the stuff I want to do might break Minecraft's NDA. If I break Minecraft's NDA, they could literally shut down my entire project, right? Right, like, they could just literally sue me if I do something wrong. If I do something that's, like, breaking Minecraft's code. And some of the stuff I want to do, I might do something that they don't like. I have no idea. And the idea of being under an NDA for Mojang is extremely... Or, actually, it's not Mojang, it's Microsoft. Being under an NDA for Microsoft is sort of nerve-wracking when you're literally taking apart their code, which is something they really don't like. So, hopefully I can get enough money from YouTube and maybe support from the community that I won't need to sign an NDA with Microsoft, the game that they own that I'm tearing apart, right? Like, anyway. So the animation is sort of two-part. You can do stop-motion animation using multiple 3D models that you sort of put into Minecraft multiple different times. It's something I have done before. However, it's typically not very effective. It doesn't work very well. You can do some really cool stuff where you can do like animations for like YouTube videos and other things like that. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like the best thing in the world because it's just like very sort of janky animations. Then it's not really that useful. It looks cool, but it's not useful. Specifically, what is useful is I can generate a stop-motion animation for something that looks like it's being built. So that's the first test that I did. I made it look like I had built a Sphinx, and it was automatically being built for me, and it was a stop-motion animation of something appearing as if it's being built. So you can do fake time-lapses that way without needing to do the entire time-lapse yourself. So you can get the time-lapse effect, and it's actually even better than, let's say, Replay Mod or Schematica because you can adjust it on its own. Yeah, thanks, Ernst the Writer, for leaving. It's definitely helped, right? A bunch of people joined now since you left. It helped out a lot. Right now I'm just answering a bunch of questions about Blip, and some other stuff like that. Yeah. Also, there's a bunch of other features I want to add too, but some of the features are like very experimental, and I don't even know if it would actually even technically work. So we'll have to see how things go, if I can even do some of the features I'm wanting to add. Some of them are very complicated, and I'm not entirely sure if it's even possible technically. It would be very interesting though to see how that would go. Um, I want to give it a try though, at least. Um, like Android, I know I can get Android to work. It's just a lot of work because Android is sort of janky. If that makes because Android is like, how do I get it inside of the game and make it easy to use? Because I have a way of getting in the game for Bedrock. I have that figured out, but making it easy to use is what's difficult. So having an easy to use version is an entire another problem on its own. Um, I know someone who sued Microsoft for not abiding by their rules, but I don't necessarily know anyone who's been sued by Microsoft for not participating in the EULA or anything else like that. But it's still one of those things that I would prefer not being dependent on Microsoft, if that makes sense. I prefer not having to think about it, not having to worry about it, not anything like that. That makes sense. Like if I could even get permission by Mojang to use some of their tools to help out make my tool, that would even be better. Um, but I don't know if that's even possible either. What do you mean, Doggo Beast? About how chunk is it? Okay. Talk to you later, Bedrock Builders. Then. Yeah. So it's not necessarily. I don't necessarily think that Microsoft will just up and sue me, but I mean they did add the banning feature, right? um, but anyway, that's a slightly a joke, slightly serious at the same time. But like I was saying, I don't even remember what I was saying. I got distracted. Um, how big is what? You're talking about the tree? Are you talking about the size of the of Blip? What we were talking about a minute ago? Since you mentioned chunk, I'm guessing you're talking about the tree or the build. But we were talking about Blip earlier, so I don't know if you're talking about Blip, what we were talking about earlier, if you're talking about something different. Um, if you can give me some context, it'd be greatly appreciated. Oh goodness. Okay, Blip. Okay, how big is it? Um, I'll go to it. Uh, it's currently 624 kilobytes, roughly, and it's literally like I have two separate versions of Blip in there, by the way. Like, it's literally such a waste. Like, I wrote Blip twice because of schematics. I had to write a separate version for schematics, but if I literally minimize the code, um, the reuse of code, then it could be really tiny. Like, the base version of it could be really tiny, if that makes sense. Like, I have a lot of other stuff that would increase the size of the program by a lot, but the actual base program can be written in literally 15 lines of code. I've written a version where the base implementation of Blip was 15 lines of code. If that gives you any sort of idea of how, actually, it doesn't give you any idea how simple it is, because if I'm like a genius or something, it would be like, that wouldn't change. Then of course it's going to be a few lines of code. Anyway, just assume that I'm really dumb. Um, so it's extremely simple. It's 15 lines of code. Okay, that did not help at all. Goodness, I'm just digging a hole currently, um, metaphorically, with my programming example. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty small, so I could definitely get the base implementation on a phone, as long as I can figure out the hard part. So there's some stuff I cheated a little bit to get it to work on PC. So to get to work on phone, I need to not cheat, um, which makes it weird. Um, I do want to make it even smaller as well. Like, I might have multiple versions. I don't know. I might have one that's like really small. I might have one that's like medium sized. Because like some people just want like a very small version of it. Some people might want a bunch of more features. Some people might want like no features. So I might like have it adjustable in a way or something like that. I don't know. I don't know exactly. I know it's going to be at least a little bit adjustable from some of the features I'm trying to add. So glad I have music on. I don't feel required to talk nearly as much with music on. So nice. I've talked too much anyway. Of course, that's sort of like the job whenever you're streaming, is just to talk as much as possible. At least that's how it feels. Which is, or even YouTube, which is a bit ridiculous. You shouldn't have to, you shouldn't feel like you need to talk all the time to keep people's attention. People should be able to know that you're going to give them something good. You'll just have to wait a second. Um, Multiple different things. So, one, I was making world edit for Bedrock a while back. Um, I was going to publish the world edit on Marketplace, actually. Um, I actually found a way around that. There is world edit on Bedrock now, but that's a side note. And while I was talking to someone about adding world edit to Bedrock, they said that they had thought about doing 3D models to Minecraft, and I had said I had thought about doing that for years, because I've thought about doing that exact thing, 3D models to Minecraft, for a very, very long time, multiple years, and that was a year ago. I thought, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. How hard could it be? And I did it in a single, like, a few hours. I think it was like 3 or so hours. In just a few hours, I had made a 3D model converter for Bedrock. So I can convert the 3D models to Bedrock. But what makes me want to continue doing it is a little bit different. You know, I started out, I was like, I want to do it for fun, because I just enjoy programming. But what made me continue wanting to do it is because as I played the game more and more, and I continued to play it, and I had a lot of fun with Minecraft, and I've learned a lot from playing this game. There's just certain things where I would make an add-on for Minecraft. I would do almost like anything that's sort of technical with Minecraft, whether it be making an add-on, making a texture, not really a texture pack actually, but making an add-on or technical things, or even redstone in Minecraft. And the more I played the game, the more I got better at redstone, the more that I made larger and larger things that are technical, the more I started running into the limitations of what Minecraft can even do. Like, there's just some things Minecraft just cannot do. And to me, the key words that stuck out to me whenever I first started playing the game, and this is just something I remember the most out of the Minecraft advertisement, was the only limits is your imagination. And the more that I play Minecraft, the more that I see features being added, and the more that I reach the limits of Minecraft as well, the more I play the game and reach those limits, and I run into issues just with converting a map over. It takes me sometimes like multiple days just to convert a map over from Bedrock to Java or from Java to Bedrock. That's too long. I ran into the limits of Minecraft of what you can do, and I don't like that. The only limits should be your imagination, and it frustrates me. And that's why You know, if you want to play with limits, if you dislike the idea of using blip, or if anyone in this chat does, then that's fine, because whenever you remove the limits off of something, it's uncomfortable, because now you have the possibility to make mistakes, to do something crazy. And being limited is comfortable. It gives you an opportunity to do something and be creative in those limitations, and they can be really nice. They're comfortable, they're good, they're really great whenever you don't know what to do, because there's only a few things to do when you're limited. But I don't want to play like that. I want to play where I'm not limited. And that was one of the things that stuck with me when I played Minecraft, is just how limitless it really is. So I want to, for me, just for me alone, I want to take the limits off of Minecraft. And at least, if I can't take them completely off, which I doubt I will, at least I'll be able to take them off to a point where at least I won't see the limits anymore. Like, do I have to see the edges of the world? Or not necessarily the edges of the world, but the edges of what's possible? Can I just see, you know, that there's only things that are possible around me? I don't want to see something where it's like, oh, that's not possible. I want to see things that, all the stuff that is possible. I shouldn't be worried about what is or isn't possible in Minecraft. Now, of course, like I said, I will never reach that goal, but it's something that I'm currently wanting to continue to do. That's one reason why I want to do Blip. I want to continue to make it, and I hope that when people use it, and I add scripting functionality, I add new stuff, I add a bunch of crazy things to Blip, that when people use it, they'll see that they can do anything in Minecraft if they just have the will to do it. If they have the will to make something in Minecraft, something like Blip, something like what I did, they can change the game themselves. They don't need to wait. No one needs to wait for Mojang to add a feature. If you want a feature, you can add it yourself. You don't need to wait for Mojang to do it for you. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of effort, and you might run into the limits of what's possible in Minecraft. But at least you're giving it a try, you're learning something in the process, you're having fun, and you're making something truly amazing. Hopefully I can inspire people to do that, and I'll be able to make courses or other stuff to go along with it, and how to modify Minecraft, and to learn programming, to learn redstone, to learn computer science, all at the same time, both being educational, fun, and liberating. That's why I want to continue doing it, because it is something that that's what I do with everything. One of the reasons I started this YouTube channel, just because I wanted to help people get better, and I wanted to continue getting better. So there's my answer. Very long-winded, but a good story nonetheless, I hope. Or not necessarily story, I mean, it is the truth, but still, you know what I mean. I feel like a lot of people are relating, especially like I feel like a lot of people can relate, especially right now with like the new chat feature where you can, there have already been a couple people who were accidentally banned from their own Minecraft server because a hacker joined. I've already seen accounts of that. Because no chat reporting system will be 100% accurate, so there will be mistakes with it, and that's why people don't like it. Because you don't know who's going to make a mistake and when there's going to be a mistake. And they're feeling limited in Microsoft's walled garden, which they have a long history in trying to do, by the way. I've been playing Minecraft for like over 10 years. And probably over 10,000 hours. Probably over 15,000, maybe, I don't know. A long time. When you've played the game as much as I have, you run into some weird limitations in the game that just should not even exist. It really gets frustrating. Another reason I want to do it is just for marketplace maps. Goodness gracious, that's another one. You know, I go to convert a map from Java to Bedrock. It's such a pain. I'd like to be able to build like small structures on Java and be able to just convert them to Bedrock. So that's actually something I will be adding as well to Blip. Because that's a feature that I want / need. So it's a combination of I want to do it because I want to do it, I want to do it because I'm ticked off, and I want to do it to inspire other people. Yeah, the answer is not clear-cut. That's what I'm trying to get at. The answer is a combination of multiple different emotions of why I really want to do it, and why I'm willing to spend crap loads of time working on something that I may not even get paid for, and it may completely fall flat, and it may be a horrible waste of time, but I think it's worth the risk. Number one, because it'll save me time in the future. Number two, because hopefully it'll inspire people. Well, it's not that simple. Anyway, that's the point. I keep digging myself a hole by saying something that's not 100% true. I want whatever I say to be 100% true, but it's really difficult when it's a combination of different things. If that makes any sense. Yeah. Oh, goodness, lag. Okay. I think this has been a pretty good stream so far, actually. I've enjoyed this stream. I have to like get off soon, but I've enjoyed it quite a bit. It's been good. Mainly been just trying to build this time-lapse map, but goodness, time-lapses are stressful. I keep saying that, but they really are. If anyone's ever used Replay Mod stresses me out because every single time I leave the world, it will make a new clip. So, and the longer I'm in the world, the longer the clip is. What do you mean by watch these quality streams? I say that weirdly because I don't stream very often, so I don't know if you're specifically meaning me or just streams in general. I have been streaming a lot more because I've been so busy. I haven't had time to like make proper videos. So if you're talking about that, then I get what you mean. But if you're talking about streams in general, that's sort of a good question. Streams are pretty good for like just casual stuff, especially since you get to talk to the person behind the screen as well, which is really nice because you get to make a bit more of a relationship with the streamer and actually get to ask them questions, see how they are, which is a lot of fun. That's just a lot of fun. It's just you get to meet the person rather than just watching their video, which is a scripted version of themselves. Okay, my streams. Thank you very much then. Thank you very much. Part of it is I think YouTube advertises streams, but YouTube doesn't. I don't know. YouTube is very strange about how it recommends videos or live streams. Because a lot of people are on the home tab now, so less people are on the subscription tab. So when people go to the subscription tab, they'll pretty much immediately see my live stream because if they're subscribed to me, they'll see the live stream. But specifically, a lot of people are switching to using the home screen, which is both like really good in some ways, but also really bad. It's bad because it doesn't give you what you want to watch. So there's a lot of people that would love to watch this stream and talk to me and learn about Blip as well, because it's something that people are very curious about. Some of the people who do know about it. But the home screen, like YouTube isn't recommending it to them on their home screen because YouTube doesn't really. Because YouTube has a limited amount of space, so it's going to recommend what they think is the best thing that they should recommend. Not necessarily for the viewer, not even necessarily for the money as well. That's one reason why the news tab is so high up, because they do want to recommend news over, even though very few people even watch the news on YouTube, they still recommend it, even over something they know would get views, for example. That's something that was that's pretty much a direct quote, not a direct quote, but it's something that the YouTube administrators have said about the YouTube algorithm will prioritize authoritative sources, for example. It's like news sources. Then, yeah. So YouTube won't recommend it on the homepage, but people use the subscription page that would see it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was meaning. The good thing about the homepage, which I don't know if people like, I've thought about it because I don't like the homepage, but I also like the homepage because if I'm subscribed to someone or if I'm watching their videos a lot, I'm perfectly fine with watching videos from like 5 years ago from whoever I'm subscribed to. So I don't necessarily want their latest video. I want a video that I'm interested in. So that'd be something really cool. Yeah. I just read your comment about could you imagine watching YouTube honestly? But yeah, the homepage is weird. I like it because it allows you to get content from your people who you subscribe to or people you're watching from even years ago. But I dislike it because I don't get people I'm subscribed to. Like, if I'm subscribed to someone, I want to watch their stuff, but I'm not getting their stuff in my feed, which is what's so annoying about it. So I don't get the best of both worlds. It's like either one or the other, which is like really sad because I might want to watch a video from someone I'm subscribed to from like 5 years ago. Why not? And then the YouTube Shorts. I really don't like the YouTube Shorts. I'll complain about that all day. To be honest, I'll probably have to. I just won't. I'll have to just not talk about it. Um, I don't like it because I'm just gonna say I don't like it because for me, I have too much stuff to do, and shorts. It's so easy to waste time because there's no beginning and there's no end. On a YouTube video, you could watch a video and watch it to the beginning and the end. In a live stream, you could just watch it in the background. You don't have to pay attention to it. But for shorts, it's something that you pay attention to, and there is no beginning and there is no end. So it's very easy to watch for extended periods of time, like multiple hours without even realizing it, which I think is really horrible whenever I'm trying to work on stuff. So I really dislike YouTube Shorts because of that. Um, that feature of it being so attention grabbing. I wish I could disable it. I might have to find a way of disabling it besides like Invidious, for example, because that's the best way that I know of. But then in Invidious, I don't get people I'm subscribed to. I have to search for everything, and that's not very good either, because I do want to watch people I'm subscribed to. So the reason why I subscribed. Okay. Do structure. I think I'll only have like time for like maybe one more building to be built. Okay. I'll check my Discord server as well. I'm over here. And I'll wave. There you go. I didn't wave, I did celebrated. Okay, we're all good. Okay. I'll have to mark it out with something different. Uh, okay. Goodness. I don't know what to do for this structure very much. I might just start it out as diagonal. Because I want most of the buildings to be diagonal. I need to move a bit further away. Um, um, yeah, that's because I'm on Java 1.12.2. So there is no updated textures on 1.12.2. I didn't even notice that they were different, to be honest, as well. I forget they update the textures. I mean, they updated the textures. I need to get more comfortable, like, chair. My elbow is starting to hurt. It's sort of awful. Literally playing a game, hands are starting to hurt. Literally one reason I learned butterfly clicking, so I wouldn't have to click as much. That's so hilarious. Most people learn how to butterfly click literally like for PvP. I'm just over here learning butterfly clicking just so I could build faster in Minecraft. Like, yeah, that's the real OG right there. If you don't know what that is, it's a PvP technique where you click using both fingers. So rather than clicking using one, you click using both fingers. So you can basically click a lot easier. You don't have to how do I put it? You don't have to. It's easier to click. It's better than jitter clicking. It's not as stressful on your hand, which is really nice. It's a little bit harder to maneuver, but it's worth the less stress on your fingers. I mean, not on your fingers, on your arm. Yeah. Like when you're building something for as long as I'm building, that actually ends up being relatively important, surprisingly. You wouldn't think that, but yeah. Not you wouldn't think that, but a lot of people would be surprised that a professional Minecraft builder would learn how to butterfly click. Definitely not the typical thing to do. Oh, I used jungle wood. Forgot. I'll have to switch this out for something else in a minute, but I'll outline it with jungle. Most of it I don't want to be cobbled, but I want a little bit of it to be cobbled. Probably just one part of it. Like just this part. Cobble. Yeah, exactly. That is about the average for butterfly clicking. Like obviously jitter clicking is slightly faster, but yeah, as you probably know since you know the average click speed is so worth it um, to know how to butterfly click whenever you're doing like large sections, especially for Bedrock. Since I do build quite a bit on Bedrock. Like right now I'm building on Java, of course, but I do build on Bedrock quite a bit. Or one was I didn't have very good world edit in one build that I was doing. I was doing a build for MLB, Major League Baseball. I was building some stadiums, and there's just certain things that were just too small to do using World Edit. It just wouldn't have been worth using World Edit for it. But they were too big to just do it normally, if that makes sense. So I used butterfly clicking majorly for that build, majorly, Major League Baseball build. But anyway, so that was extremely helpful for that build. I wouldn't necessarily say it was I don't know if it was major. It was definitely a helper. It helped a lot for that build, but I don't know. It wasn't necessarily like the thing that did the most. The thing that helped the most was just me being smart about how I was building, um, and actually building efficiently. Because I was building about like one baseball stadium a day. It was pretty crazy. That was like the most insane project I've ever done. Because I mean, it was, yeah, like I just like I said, it was a baseball stadium every single day. I built one a day, which is sort of ridiculous in hindsight. That is a lot of baseball stadiums. Yeah. Now I can't tell if you're being serious, if I'm actually funny or not. I have no idea. I'm like, I'm starting to get tired, so I'm a little loopy at the moment from being tired. I could have said something really stupid and would have no idea right now. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. This is awful. Okay. Hmm. Not sure what to do about these stairs here. Oops. Uh, ah, thank you, Doggo. I definitely need to stream more often and stream me building. Especially if I do time lapses. I should be doing more time lapses, which I should be doing the streams more often than. I wasn't doing the streams as often because it was just so I didn't know what I was doing with the thumbnails of my videos. So every time I would do like a build, I was having some issues with it. Some of my builds end up being like photorealistic because of the terrain and the rendering. So combined with the rendering it out with the realistic lighting, if you know about that, basically fancy picture. It would end up looking my builds would end up looking photorealistic, which is like obviously like pretty awesome. But when people looked at it, they thought it was a photo. So I've had people on like Reddit, for example, they look at my photo, I mean my build, and they don't think it's a Minecraft build, and the only reason they click on it is because they see it was from r/Minecraft or r/Minecraft builds. So that's the only reason they even clicked on it is because what Reddit they saw it as. So my theory, not sure yet, but my theory is that when people see my thumbnails for some of my time-lapse videos, especially some of the ones that are a bit more technical in nature, where I use terrain generation tools, like what I used for that build over there, people look at it and think it's a photo or a CG or something like that. So then they don't click on it because they don't think they like the video. They don't realize it's Minecraft. So my current working theory is if I add a Minecraft character into the thumbnail of the video, number one, it'll be more clear to my viewers and they'll know what they're getting. So that's the big part of it. I'm communicating more effectively that hey, this is a Minecraft build, not a picture. And hopefully it'll help people whenever they see the build to know that yeah, this is something I want to watch because now I know that it's Minecraft. It's photorealistic, so it has to be awesome, right? So hopefully it'll be not only will I get more views, but it'll help my viewers understand what they're watching and um, be able to know that it's a video they want to watch. So it's good for me and it's good for them because it's not clickbait. It's communicating more effectively. And surprisingly, it's the biggest part about clickbait that people don't understand is sometimes the best clickbait is just communicating in a way that is extremely understandable, showing them exactly what the video is about. Because if the video is a good idea, then it should work. So for a lot of people, all you got to do clickbait, all you got to do clickbait is tell them the truth. So hopefully, it'll be helpful for everybody. Do, 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 do. Uh, Good. Yeah. I've been recording for a while. Goodness. So glad I recently I recently stockpiled a bunch of really good YouTube music. So that's what you're listening to in the background. So the background music is from free YouTube music. Exactly. Most epic prank, telling the truth. Sometimes it's the best clickbait. People just, they're not expecting it, not expecting the truth. You know, I do this crazy clickbait title. People think, oh, that's gotta be a lie. Yeah, no, it's not a lie. I'm telling the flat out truth. World Edit for Pocket Edition? Yeah, not a lie. That was one of my videos I did a while back. A lot of people would think that was fake. I actually don't think too many people thought it was fake though. Just people whenever they look at the title or thumbnail. There's so many clickbait videos about World Edit for Pocket Edition that it's become sort of a clickbait thing now. People don't believe that it's real World Edit. But anyway, yeah, music. The music, I there's actually good music in the YouTube music tab, like the free music. The only problem is trying to find that free music takes multiple hours. I literally spent multiple hours just trying to find good free music. YouTube, the free YouTube music section. It's really satisfying because it's almost like finding a gem, right? Like you're not expecting to find something cool, and once you do, it's surprising, and you get to use it in YouTube videos. So in many ways it's fun. In many ways it's super tiring because I spent multiple hours looking for good YouTube music. I literally spent like 4 hours doing that one night. There we go. Yeah, that's very true. There's a lot of music on YouTube, the free music on YouTube that is backgroundy, if that's what you're talking about. There is one guy called Nefx that is definitely not background music. He literally just posts all of his actual music as free. But he has like a few million subscribers, and he does like really good music. I just don't use it because it's too much, too many words. Uh, yeah, exactly. It's a pop. And most of the time, it does need to be very backgroundy. That's the music I prefer for my YouTube videos. Because when you think about making a YouTube video, people need to be able to understand what I'm saying like very clearly. I don't want people getting lost and whenever I'm saying anything. So I want to make sure that the background music is like very backgroundy so they hear me very clearly. So most of the music you'll hear on the stream will be very background music. Only a few of them are just flat out box. So some of them are background and box. Okay. Mhm. Hopefully I can finish this tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do a time lapse tomorrow. Um, we'll have to see. I might do a time lapse, not time lapse. I might do a live stream tomorrow. Um, I'm not sure because there's a lot of distractions in the morning, and I'll probably be working on it a lot in the morning. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, exactly. So on the first page, Nefx recently posted a lot of music. So a lot of it is his music right at the moment. That's one reason why you have to scroll so far down, because there's a lot of times people will just post there's a lot of people who post a bunch of music all at once. So in order to find like good music, you have to scroll down from like multiple years ago, which takes It does take a little bit of time, um, which is sort of good and bad. But yeah, Netflix has some good, more like rock kind of music. His is really good. The problem with his though is it's not backgroundy enough for me. I know a lot of people would it would do really well, and some of my videos would do really well. Also, it's a bit more artsy. So for my videos, music that has words because you need to make sure that in the section of the video that you use it, you're not talking, so he's not speaking over you, right? So I don't even like music like what's playing right now, where it's just a person's voice. So currently, every once in a while, there's a person going woohoo, right, or whatever. I don't even necessarily like that much because I feel like even that is distracting for the viewers. But I could be wrong, but it's just something that I try being careful of. I don't have music with people's voices in it as much as possible, unless it's just decent. Like this one was decent, and I was like, it's only a little bit of voice, so I kept it in. And some of the music I do select does have a lot of voice. It's just, anyway, yeah, you know what I mean. I have like a selection parameters for YouTube music, depending on the circumstance and what's going on, what I'm making, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. People noises. Yeah, someone had to make the music. No people noises though. Exactly. And it sounds ridiculous, but at the same time, it's completely true. As long as it's my people noises, that's all that matters, right? I don't like other people's people noises, but it's okay if it's my people noises. I've been wanting to do some live streams of me building on a different server than this one, but the server uses a building mod, and I've been wanting to do some videos on it, but I mean not videos, but do some time lapses or other stuff on it. But yeah, yeah, the chat is extremely delayed. I don't know why that is. I might have to fix it at some point because I'll be talking to you like it's about 20 seconds of delay, I think. So like 20 seconds later. So just expect me to respond like 20 seconds afterward. Because the chat's already like 5 seconds, 4 seconds delayed. And the stream's like 15 seconds delayed. It was like 15 on 4. Or something like that. At least that's what it was whenever I checked earlier. That's what it was like. I wonder how the stream is actually going. I haven't actually looked at the statistics in like a long time. I do use OBS. It might not be OBS though. If I'm lucky, it's OBS. I think it's because of the latency, or not latency. I don't know what it's about. I'll have to look up a YouTube video on it at some point. The latency is on regular. I didn't change it. Yeah, regular. It's on regular. Okay, so set up to that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I thought that might be what it was for whenever I saw it, but I didn't think that to change it. Oh, goodness. My back starts hurting after I build for a long time. Yeah. The, that's probably why it's the 20-second delay. Probably do need to change it. There we go. Blocks. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay. Got 2 buildings done, technically 3. I'll say 3. I need to do trees, I need to do... This is not what they're going to look like, so I do need to remove this, actually. That's the shape of the buildings, but that's not actually what they're going to look like. There we go. That's this over here. I need to do these. But I need to do them tomorrow. I have all this. I have this to do. I have a lot to do. I have a little list of things I need to do tomorrow. And I need to do all of it tomorrow. Hopefully I can finish everything tomorrow, including all the trees. Luckily I do have a plot filled with trees. I'll probably reuse those trees, which is nice. So I don't have to do all the trees, since I do have a plot with a bunch of trees. And then it's mainly going to be the buildings and the rivers, because there's going to be 2 tributaries going into a giant river here. Or maybe even a lake or a pond or something. I might make this open, so then the water will go through, so it collects water. I think that'd be sort of an interesting idea, to make it look like it's collecting water, and the water is pouring out of here. That'd be sort of an interesting idea. Yeah, pretty much. I build, yeah. I'm not necessarily love building. I don't necessarily get joy from building, if that makes any sense. Um, I build no matter if I'm enjoying it or not. I have to force myself to do it. I need to do it. I mean, I do enjoy it, but it's a tough word, enjoy. It's like, in many ways, there's many things you would rather be doing. And in many ways, there's things that you would want to be doing. Things that you don't want to be doing, that you need to be doing. But you build instead. You just gotta do it. So it's not necessarily that. I just enjoy it so much that I can build forever. It's that I have the resolve to build even when I don't want to build, because I want to get results. I want to finish. I want to do something. It's not necessarily the love not necessarily the passion. It's the things in between the passion. As a professional Minecraft builder, I have to build a lot, whether or not I want to or not. If it's a style I don't like, doesn't matter. If I'm commissioned to do it, I need to do it. I have to finish, which is extremely sort of stressful. Luckily, it's way less stressful than programming. For some reason, programming is way more stressful, like under a timer. Because like when you're programming and someone commissioned you to do it, it's even more stressful because they still need to pay you even if you don't finish, but you don't feel like you should get paid because you didn't finish. Because it should be paid hourly, not programming is supposed to be paid hourly. It's not supposed to be paid if you finish, because you might not be able to finish. If that makes any sense. Yeah, especially with the blip right now, actually. Right now, I really have to get stuff done, because like if I start a build for a time lapse like what I'm doing right now, I have to get it done as quickly as possible, and I have to do the editing as quickly as possible, because everything I do that isn't related to blip is basically me not working on blip. Like if I'm not doing this video, I need to work on blip. If I'm not working on blip, I need to be working on something else. So I pretty much always have something to do, which is in many ways like really good, but in many ways really stressful. Especially when you don't earn enough from like Minecraft building at the moment to actually like do it just casually. Because I could earn enough money to like completely live off of Minecraft, I think. I'm not 100% sure, I haven't tried it completely yet. I think I could. The problem is, in order to do that, I have to build full time. Like it would be a daily job in order to build that much, which is a lot of building. That's a lot. So I wouldn't be able to do Blip, for example, if I was building full time. Because if I was building full time, I'd be building like 10-hour days, if that makes sense. I'd be building all day, except for whenever I eat, I sleep, or if I'm doing chores, basically. So I could probably live off of building full time if I did that, but then I wouldn't be able to work on Blip, and I wouldn't be able to work on YouTube videos. That's one reason why I didn't do YouTube videos for a long time, like a lot of them. Because you'd think, oh, like I'm doing pretty decently on YouTube, it would encourage me to do YouTube more. It didn't matter, right? If I was building, if I was doing a commission, I had to do that commission. Didn't matter if I had a YouTube video that I needed to do. I had to do the commission first because I was getting paid to do that. So I had to do it instead. So it's one of those things like if I do one, I can't do the other. If I do the other, I can't do the other. So currently, I think Blip is more important than professional Minecraft building, so I'm focusing on that. If I can't make it sustainable, though, goodness, that will be extremely stressful. Because then I'll have to go back to professional Minecraft building and do that as much as I can, and I won't be able to work on Blip for like a very long time until I have enough money to do it, to like take off for a little bit, or for example, I would do it on weekends. I don't want Blip to be a weekend thing, because I won't be able to get it done. Like, if I do it only on weekends, I'm not going to get it done on time, like, in a reasonable amount of time. It's going to take me a very long time to get it done. So, that's one reason why I'm, like, fully going after it, is because I really want people to know that I'm serious, and that, like, build teams, I think I'm going to try getting some build teams to hire me specifically just to work on it. Like, I'll be an employee of build teams where I just work on Blip, and they pay me like hourly to work on Blip. Maybe even try to get multiple build teams to do that. If I can do that, then I'll work on it like full time. That's what I want to do at the moment, if I can. But that's like, as you can imagine, is super stressful because it's like experimental technology that anyone could steal at any moment and start doing themselves. And if they start doing it, and build teams have it, and they don't need me, why would they hire me to do it? Now, technically, there's still some reasons for people to hire me over someone else, specifically because I'm stubborn. But besides that, if people don't know who I am, people don't understand, like I'm willing to do it, then it's it's stressful, to say the least. That's just something I gotta do. Yeah, exactly. Technically, well, there's already people who are working on things that are very similar to Blip already. So all that they would have to do is literally release what they've already done, if that makes sense. Um, the only exception is that they haven't made a conversion tool for Bedrock to Java, and that's actually something I do want to add. So there's still some other reasons for build teams to actually hire me, but it's how do I put it? Um, yeah, still, if that makes sense, it's still like slightly competitive in a way. Even though no one else is really doing it, it's still competitive. Or at least I'm treating it like it's competitively. Even if no one else is working on it, maybe all the people who used to do it, they stopped, they're not going to release it, whatever, right? I'm still going to treat it like it's competitive because I'm going to, like, I need to work on it and I need to encourage myself. So if I put a little bit of fear into myself to at least get some work done, right? Like, make myself a little nervous, I won't mind that. Especially if it gets me to get stuff done quicker, which I still need to do either way, so. But yeah, there's already multiple people that have this, a tool very similar to this, what I already have made. Just no one's actually, there's 5 released versions. There's 5 versions of like a 3D model converter tool that I know of. So there's 5. So online, if you do enough research, I have been able to find 5 3D model converters. The difference between theirs and mine is most of the other ones are really slow, really difficult to use, or online only. So most of them are really bad. There's only one that's actually decent, and it was made for animations, and you have to have a custom mod, and it doesn't work for Bedrock. He specifically did it to do animations. So his is actually slightly better than mine, in my personal opinion. I think his is slightly better in that sense, because the 3D models have textures and they're animated. But you have to have a custom mod, and it's animated. Like, you don't actually want it to be animated. So it's more difficult to use, and it's there's a few features that it just doesn't have that mine does have, even though his is technically more advanced. A big part of that is because I actually build. A lot of people who do stuff like what I'm doing with Blip are not Minecraft builders, so they don't actually know what is useful and what's not useful. So they just add a bunch of cool features that are literally useless. So they could make something amazing, right, that everyone would use, but they're not. They don't build. They don't know what people actually want, because they've never actually had to do it themselves. Because they're programmers. They don't build in Minecraft. I'm one of the few programmers, like Minecraft programmers, that also builds, which is like super rare. I've only met like 3 or so people that build and program for Minecraft stuff. Maybe a few more than that. I don't remember exactly everyone, of course, but it was like probably like 2, 3, I don't know, something like that. It wasn't a ton of people. There's been a few that were like okay at one or the other, or like a combination. There's one French guy, actually. There was one French guy that I hadn't really met because he only speaks French. So I don't really know him too well because he speaks French and I don't. So, um, but he was one of them. So I do have a slight advantage compared to most other programmers because I need the tool to build, so I actually use it. So I'll be fixing all the bugs that I run into, and I'll probably be using it more than just about any of my users who end up using it. I ran into some issues today, which I'll have to fix actually. I used a blip to put this tree into Minecraft, of course, and I ran into a overflow, so I need to fix the overflow as well as fix a path. a file path, which is a issue with Blender actually, not even my program. Okay. But I'm pretty excited about it nonetheless, anyway. Like, it's pretty obvious I'm excited about it. It's super cool, though. Like, the blip and everything, and I can't wait to actually do it. I really hope people use it. Because what I want to do is way bigger than what I've already done. So I'm not even necessarily excited that, like, oh, I made a 3D model converter. I'm excited about what I want to do after the 3D model converter as well. I'm not sure if I'll actually be able to complete any of it, because it might be too difficult or impossible, but I at least want to try. One of those things. Okay, I'm going to start winding down. I'll have to quit decently soon. Yeah, I'm excited to see myself. Like I said, though, previously, if I can't make it full time, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, which is the sad part. I really want to. There's some other stuff I want to try. Some of it just might not work. Some of it might work. Like, why not hook here? Okay, here's one of the ideas. Why not hook a artificial intelligence like an AI into Minecraft to have it build for you? Now, will it work? Probably not. Is it something I'm going to try? Yeah, of course I'm going to try it. I'll have to see how that goes. Some other stuff too. Erosion and terrain generation, scripting, modding of Minecraft. I have some other stuff that's sort of related to it. Like, it's not necessarily... Like, the tools I make are really awesome and all, right? But because I'm making these tools, I need to actually program something to get it done. The part that's so awesome about that is I need to make myself libraries. So a library, if you don't know what that is, all it is a set of code. It's in a little module, it's in a box, it's just a chest. So inside of each little chest is some code, and each chest has a different thing of code. This might be for converting things to Bedrock. This is for converting things to Java, schematics 1.12.2. This is for a skim, which is for a later version of Minecraft. This is for Lightmatica, right? There's different boxes for each of them. And because I need to make all these boxes, anyone can use any of these boxes to make their own programs using my code. So other people could also make tools. It's not even just what I make. If I finish all this, everyone else could use it too, to make their own stuff related to it. Um, if you Mid Journey, you're talking about the Dolly AI? Is that what you're talking about? Or deep deep neural network imaging thingamajig from Google? I forgot the name of it. If that's what you're referring to from the AI stuff I mentioned earlier, that's sort of what I have planned, but not exactly. I would have to start with stuff that's really really basic. I do want to make it fully open source. I'm not sure yet. Having all these modules would be ridiculous, right? Anyone could use it to do anything they want. And I do want to make it open source, but like I said, it's sort of nerve-wracking. Um, and also, I want to make a scripting language based using Blip, so you can have a scripting language that you could use to generate stuff Minecraft related, um, if that makes sense. So that may not necessarily you, but someone could, and you could use that to do stuff, which would be really awesome. So I don't need to be the only one doing it. Anyone could update their own stuff, or build teams could have their own custom scripts for generating certain things, like boulders or whatever, for Bedrock and Java. And because it's actually like code a lot more, it'll be a lot easier to modify. Maybe even a tree generator. That would be completely possible. At least I think it'd be completely possible to make a tree generator using Blip, if I added in some of the functionality. But yeah, like I said, some of these features could be expanded into some really ridiculous things, but it depends so much on me and on how well it goes. It's yeah. As I'm gonna keep repeating myself, it's stressful, really. Yeah, it just is. Yeah, it'd be very nice. I also need to make YouTube videos, and especially time-lapse videos, because like if I can do time-lapse videos where I get to show off Blip like this tree, yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I think trees could be something that'd be automated a lot because they're recursive, if that makes sense. Like you build a curve, right? Here's a curve. Then you build a second curve. You build a second curve. It's a tree. Well, actually, you need to build the last bits of curve as well, like right here. And maybe it has a curve at the beginning as well, because it's a little bit plain. So maybe it's we have a second curve right here. It might be a little bit smaller. And right, like this. Oh, this is basically at least what's possible is generating this part of it. And because leaves are the exact same, what it would do is it would do the same process for the leaves as well. So then it would say, go around every single one of these and surround it, basically, on the end of every curve. So every curve end would be like this. So, and because trees are recursive, it should just be able to fill it in almost automatically. Like it should just be after a certain amount of steps, and it should just sort of work. And it would just keep going and building inward, and it could go for a decent amount of time, just filling in all the leaves around here. It might only be like this, but at least it'd be a start, right? Like that's better than doing it all by hand. You have the foundation of where the leaves are, and even the rest of it, right? Like there's a whole lot of other stuff that'd be possible to make it where you could actually have proper leaves, but just that is literally the basic recursion example that everyone always does. Like when you see a recursion example using like turtle code or whatever, like that's the basic example everyone does. So that would pretty much be completely possible just by generating a bunch of curves. It'd be very easy. At least I think it'd be very easy. I don't know if it's actually easy, but it sounds easy. I need to actually do it, but I haven't worked on it yet. Of course. I need to hold something different, like a Xbox controller, for a minute. Xbox controllers are a lot more comfortable than mouse and keyboard. Here we go. Okay, trying to close everything out, get everything ready. Oh, let's see if I can find that again. Yeah, it hurts my hand as well, like mentioned. Um, it's just so much faster. Like, it's just not worth it using a controller. It's just so much slower than doing it using a keyboard and mouse. A keyboard and mouse is so much faster than a controller, like drastically. There we go. I have a lot of programming stuff open, just literally random programming stuff. Here we go. I don't know what I'm going to do right now. I'm probably going to do something random. I might, not sure what I'm going to do, because I need to probably just get off of Minecraft for a little bit. And then move on. I can just go to bed. It's 11:30 right now for me. I need to get off at least to get to stop the recording. There we go. Because replay mod is going to have to take a very long time. Not very long time, but needs to get this set up. If that makes sense. Get the recording fixed. Actually, I'll go into here, so I'll show you some of the stuff that I've done. I don't know if you've seen any of these since I'm here. I need to teleport back to 0, 0 though. So in here, I have a bunch of little examples of some stuff that I've done. Thank you, Doggo. Yeah, I have to... Well, I should already be off, technically. I'm too tired to sleep. And also, I completely just lost where all the block... Where's this? Oh, here it is. Here's a monkey head. This testing area is pretty comical. This is a monkey head. Yeah, this is what happens when you mess up programming. You get this. What about redstone stuffs? Yeah, this right here is that over there. So that monkey head is from Blender. And the first time I tried doing it, I had a parameter off. I did something wrong, and this is the results I got. So this is the monkey head sliced into many, many layers stacked on top of each other, off kilter, basically. Which I think is pretty comical. It looks like spaghetti. Talk about spaghetti code. This could be a puzzle. I mean, legitimately, I like this idea for generating a Minecraft map. They can generate parkour this way. Those were some other tests. The later tests were over here. The only thing I don't like about Java 1.12.2 is it's Java 1.12.2 schematics load really slowly on the default Java world edit mod. Like on Builder's Refuge, 3D models don't take very long to load at all. So Builder's Refuge is fine. It's just the mod that I'm using to load these into the game takes a long time. So I need a way of fixing that, because I think it's an unacceptable load time. It's not even my fault, and it also takes a lot of RAM because of, not a lot, but it does take up RAM whenever you try loading it into Java using the mod that I'm using. FAWE, Fast Asynchronous World, that it works a lot better and doesn't take up nearly as much RAM if I remember. So it would work way better than the mod that I'm currently using. But yeah. Some of the tests that were on Bedrock was pretty interesting. I did a few tests on Bedrock for colorizing 3D models. I was able to do one colorized 3D model. The problem that I ran into is just whenever I convert the 3D models to Minecraft, it messes up the texture information. So whenever you have colorized 3D models, the colors, the textures, there you go, the images that you're using to color it are broken. So it's a bit of a problem because you don't want your textures being broken whenever you import it into Minecraft. But it's something I know how to fix. I just don't want to fix it because it takes a long time to fix. So I'll have to do that at some point. That is a well, it's not a reason to start a server. I just use Builder's Refuge. Remember? Don't technically need to that. I could also just make it where it generates chunk information instead. Like, I don't actually need to use schematics. That is sort of true. If I did do a server, I would be able to use fast asynchronous world edit, which would be nice. I get some weird results sometimes, as you can see. I don't actually remember where I did the landscape. Is it like 1,000, 100, 1,000? I don't remember. But there's a landscape around here somewhere. There's a giant picture though, over there. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find a landscape now that I think about it. It's somewhere far away. Ah, goodness, yeah. Oh well. Could be in a different world. I just want to show that off, because it actually ended up turning out pretty cool. Because I can use, for height maps, it's really easy to do to do colored input for height maps. It's just everything else that looks bad. When you do textured input, like with images. Here's one of the images. Yeah, this is definitely not it. Oh well. I haven't noticed any lagging of the server. Like, that tree didn't cause any lag. Now, if you did a schematic the size of the landscape, so so for example, the terrain I imported that as a world. You could always do it in your own world and do /plot upload to upload your entire world instead of a plot, so it doesn't cause lag. Then you just get teleported to the plot. That's why I have 9 plots, because I accidentally made multiple while trying to upload my world to Builder's Refuge. So if you have that big of a schematic where it's lagging the world using asynchronous world edit, then you should probably just do it using the /plot upload. If that makes sense. Yeah, of course that makes sense. What am I saying? Um, it's just one of those. Yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, fast asynchronous world edit is, like, very quick. Like, a surprisingly fast. With... But, of course, what was it? Yeah, it can lag the server, though, probably. I don't know. They do have some weird rules, like the feather being limited. They did limit the feather to a certain size because it was causing massive amounts of lag. Especially certain tools that did angle, because apparently that was just too much. It pretty much just insta lagged the server. You could crash the entire server by using a brush. It was really bad. So you're definitely right. Build's Refuge just have some issues like that. But for schematics, like I was saying, if you run into that issue, you should probably be using plot upload instead. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't make a whole lot of sense at first whenever I first said it. Basically what I'm saying is I agree with you, Builder's Refuge, you can very easily cause lag using weird stuff. Schematics are very quick though. Most of the time you won't run into that issue. When you do, you'd use world upload. There we go. Okay, that made sense this time. I'm happy. Um, there was something in Marketplace that's going to show, but whatever. I'll probably just have to get off. It's way too late for me. Hope everyone has a good night, I'll probably have to stop streaming. I'll see how the... Actually, wait. I will show you guys how the... What's the stream analytics? Let's see. I think you guys might be interested in this, and I know I am. We'll see. How many people watch the stream? How long? Let's check it out. Oh, three of you guys watching. Here we go. One of you guys is probably my mom. Hi, Mom. Okay, so we go to analytics. Let's see. What do you guys think? Make your guesses now. Step right up. Okay. So it doesn't really show you anything. There you go. Analytics. So we have 112 views. You guys like the video, and geez, 8 people. You guys liked it apparently. Average view duration of 6 minutes. You guys beat out my entire average. You guys are awesome. Watching the video for so long. I blame you, Stylus, for that. Because clearly you've been in here for many hours. It doesn't show you anything. Oh, there's no super chats because like I don't even have that turned on. I don't think. Oh, I do have it turned on. I have super chats turned on. That's so cool. But I respond to everyone anyway. So, oh well. Too bad. So sad. Let's see how chatty you guys were. Analytics are interesting. 8. Wow, you guys were chatty right then. And then, let's see what else. Wow, you guys liked the stream. I'm glad you guys liked it. I'll have to do a stream some other time as well. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow because I really do need to get it done. I thought streaming would